All right. Okay. Welcome everyone to this PA7, right? Which is a personal analysis course on PA on China, Asia giants. Okay. Today is a privilege to invite mentor James Horn to continue this series of the this mentor course. All right. Although this is I would say the third China related course. All right, which integrate perfectly the PA, the China topic, and the stock investment together, right? At the same time, right, for whoever you miss a PA 1 to 6, okay, also not to worry because some of the key elements of the earlier PA courses, right, instead of you need to wait for a few years to learn all, right? So in fact, James tried to integrate all of them together. But the drawback is the slides are too many. So, but I believe James has a way to balance, right? What are key points to share with you, right? In case James not able to present everything today, 400 slides, which I think is difficult. So what I can do is I think so far quite many of you have purchased course notes. So in that case, you can get a copy of the course notes, refer to that, the full 400 pages. And then roughly in a week time, Dr. T will also send you the bonus material with the video recording. In case you are hearing the video recording now, in fact, this is what being recorded. Okay, so at the same time, yeah, whoever, if you need a copy of the notes, you can, also have the option to, to subscribe to that. You just contact Dr. T offline, so I can actually send to you ASAP anytime today. All right, so in that case, without further ado, I will pass the time to this James. And remember, you can type your question in the chat box. So James, from time to time or before the break, we're trying to answer to you, but may not be every question. Is okay? Yeah. So this is a plan. And in case if James could not answer all today, so probably James, can you right now type your email address in the chat box so that you just say James Horn email address, so that there's a reference for whoever need to contact you to ask you further question, or probably I help you to type. Do you prefer James?
Can
Yeah.
you talk? Can I talk?
Yeah, go ahead. In that case, I think it's time I pass to you. Okay.
A few slides later. Can you bear with me?
Yeah, in that case, it's fine. Okay. I'll also type in the chat box because you go ahead to do that. Yeah.
Can you see my email in the chat box? I did that. Can I begin now, Dr. T?
Yes, go ahead, please.
2 days ago is China's National Day. Anyone watch the video when they when all the heavyweights from China pay a respect to the dead soldiers in Tiananmen Square? Did you see that? I watch it. You know why I want to watch? I want to see who is the top guy, the second guy, and the third guy. During the ceremony, you will see Xi Jinping is the one standing up front like a triangle and a lot of people behind him. The second level is Li Keqiang and Huang Huling. They stand side by side just behind Xi Jinping, and then on and on. So at the end, well, when the soldiers bring the flowers to the monument, Xi Jinping start to walk up the stairs and then go around the monument. The first thing I see, during the walking up the stairs, Xi Jinping started, Li Keqiang and Wang Huling still walk up side by side. When they get up to the top, Xi Jinping start to turn left and go around. Then the difference come. Li Keqiang follow Xi Jinping instantly, and then later Huang Huling follow and followed by the others. So if you can recognize all the faces, then you just count the first 10, then you know who is the most powerful person in China. Anyway, today I'm going to talk about how to invest in China, because China is opening up with a lot of channels. And I did some practice a few days ago. Halfway, I get quite tired, so took a break. And then I happened to bounce into a short video by a Ukrainian young lady studying in China. And I think she's been there only 9 months. But the whole video, she speaks in fluent Mandarin. I'm not going to show you the video, but I'm going to show you what I learned from her discussion. The key point is this. She talked about her way of looking at the world. For example, she said, when people that she knows offended her, she instantly cut the person off for the rest of the life. In a word, she looked at the world in a black and white manner. Then she mentioned that her friends in China, they would behave differently. And she said, her Chinese friends would assess the offense and compare with the person's behavior in the past. If that person has been quite nice and quite good, so they would probably bear the offense this time and move on, but they will continue to monitor. In other way, she looked at the world black and white, and her Chinese friends looked at the world with a lot of gray areas. So what? Because I was doing my review, and when she mentioned that, I instantly connect this to the way we play in the market. Is the market black and white? Of course not. The market involves a lot of gray areas. Now, I'm not going to give you the conclusion, but I will follow up through with the slides when it comes to the right place. Let's move on. This is the very first slide I want to show you, how to lose. What a joke. I'm here supposed to share with you good information to help you make money. But I'm here to tell you how to lose. Why? Later. Wilma Rudolph, she's an Olympic gold medalist in the States. She said, winning is great, but if you really want to do something in life, and the secret is to learn how to lose. Nobody gets undefeated all the time. If you can pick up after a crushing defeat and go on to win again, you're going to be a champion someday. That's what she has been, a gold medalist. Well, my disclaimer is very easy, no wordy. Play at your own risk. Then the typical no photography, no handphone, blah, 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 but that is for a group meeting. This is what we are doing today. I call it systematic approach to find Asia giant. Some background. I started preparing this in August 2019 and supposedly to deliver in April. Dr. D planned everything up and firmed up the day. However, we all know what happened, COVID-19. So the whole thing got delayed. Suddenly, I have more time than I really need. However, I keep on reviewing and refining and reviewing and refining. Eventually, I end up with 399 slides. Can I take some out so that I can maintain a proper flow for the presentation? Sure, I can. But I find, wow, what a waste if I just take them out. And I end up having a lot more things on it. It's more on the why and the how of China, rather than of identifying the giant and then do the investment. To me, that is too micro. I would like to understand more on the macro, leading me to apply the micro to win in the market. So I will make a note, take notice on the top left-hand corner. You see a blue box saying supporting information. Any slides that follows with that meaning, I will either skip or make very brief discussion and move on. Because 400 slides in 8 hours could be information overflow. So I hope to deliver in such a way that it will reinforce your learning with better absorption. What is the objective? How China market differs from the rest of the world? What is your answer? Let me look at the chat. What will be your answer? Yes, China market is no different from the world market, or it is different. If you say yes, no different, 1 in the chat. If you say no, they are different, 2 in the chat. Okay, I see all the 1s and 2s come about. Again, that is a black and white differentiation. The answer is, in fact, we should apply the gray area and say yes and no. Yes, in the sense, markets composed of people. And people have greed and fear. And it is the greed and fear that drives the market. The same, so that is the same part. So what is the different part? The different part comes from the behavior, the group behavior of the market participants. And China has a far more retail players in the market than institutional players. When the market has a lot more institution player, the market tends to be more rational, less volatility. When the market is driven by a lot of retail investors, their greed and fear becomes the key driver. Agree? When greed occurs as the majority in the market, where will the market go? Up. Yes or no? When the fear comes, market will come down. That's my observation now. And let me know if you disagree and give me the reason. Thank you. The next thing, the biggest difference in China is this. It's not that easy to assess good information in China. And I call it the transparency issue. And that is the main key that we need to focus if you really want to play the China market. I'll share with you how I do it. Then we have to understand the risk factors involved in the Asian market. A very simple way to look at it, the composition of the participants. Later, I will show you, they find out there are more than 80% retail investors in the China market, comparing with only 20% institutional investors. So with such a high proportion of retail investors, the greed and fear plays an important role. And that's why the high volatility of China market. Then we need to apply a systematic approach, and I call it TDTP, Total Defense Trading Plan. I was reading a book from an options trader. In the first few pages, he presents this. You see a man blindfolded and trying to walk through a minefield. Is it dangerous? Likely. Then the comment is like this. The guy says, buying stocks in the bull market in the last 10 years, Dow Jones is up, and up generally. So in the bull market, you keep buying it. You are like walking through a minefield blindfolded. You still survive. You don't get bombed away. However, if you own the wrong stock, meaning non-giant or lousy stock, but they make you money because of the market, general market direction, when things go wrong, you will be caught and can be very dangerous. So be careful when the market goes down. Yesterday, I was having lunch with my friend. My friend said, handphone, beep, beep, beep. They all take a look and they say, oh, US president, check the positive. Then the other guy instantly look at the market, pre-market, and say, oh, market start to go down. In life, at the end of the day, we produce certain results. And there are three primary drivers that help us to get the kind of result. First, your luck. I call it randomness, which is unpredictable. And that is a factor we can never consider and put in any of the investing or trading systems. Luck was never considered because we have no control. Then the second and the third, I call it the choices and my habits. The choices in our context, I call it the trading plan. I develop a plan, is my choice, and follow my plan to take my action. And my consistent action becomes my habit. And the habit comes about by following the plan and use the trading journal to check my performance, to form the feedback, to help me to improve, to develop good habits. So the second and third combined eventually become our skill. Applying the second and the third, and with the good skill, we actually improve the odds of luck, which will work for us rather than against us. Interesting, eh? Paradox. Think about that. How to develop good habits? Habits come about because of repetition. Do it 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, you develop the habit. Then we need a stable context, therefore we can act consistently to convert into a habit. And then we need to have a very positive energy emotion. Negative energy, negative emotion destroys us. So we must have a very good forward-looking perspective and help us to improve even we are in a very bad situation. The cycle of improvement comes from, first of all, we have to be aware of what's going on. I see quite a lot of chats. Let me just glance. Okay, nothing significant. Thank you. Because you are aware, then you follow up with deliberate practice. Deliberate practice is the practice with the feedback mechanism for improvement, because that is the only way we can develop good habits. Once you develop the habit, we act automatically. And once with the good habit, and even we act automatically, the tendency to make a big mistake in the market reduces. And then following on, you just repeat the process in a loop again and again. It becomes your cycle of improvement. Albert Gray, life insurance executive from Prudential, he talked about habit during the 1940s. He said, every single qualification for success is acquired through habit. People form habits, and habits form future. Habits lead to our positive result in life. So if you do not deliberately to form the good habit, unconsciously, you will likely develop bad habits. The summary is this: you are the kind of person who you are because you have formed the habit of being that kind of person. If you have a bad habit and your performance in the market is no good, the only way is to learn to undo the bad habit and redevelop the good habit. There's a book, The Power of Habit, you can consider. The chains of habit are too weak to be felt until they are too strong to be broken. A deep understanding of the market and the learning the ins and outs of the instruments, we need to focus more on time and the application. That means our action, our participation, and I call it the art part. The system that we learn is a summary of the guru's experience and presented in black and white. Nobody can describe the gray area precisely. And the gurus find out, even the mathematical theory has its place, but very often they find out they don't really have any correlationship with the market. So when they see the calculation based on the story from the so-called analysts and the market behave in a different way, they just shake their head and say, so what? The market is never black and white. And our intuitive view is our ability to understand and manage the market in the art form that we can personally understand, but we will not be able to describe precisely in black and white. That is the reason why the art form of the market playing is a lot more important than depending on the black and white of the system approach. Therefore, taking action is the only way. We all want a quick fix and easy answer. But coming to the market, when you find out there are billions of very, very smart players, so how can we win? That is the statement from this guy. Many novice traders, as they start trading, they encounter many disappointments and issues in the market and live with a bitter taste. In fact, when I retired back to Singapore, I was trying to find something to do. At that time, I noticed there's a lot of advertisement on the newspaper from the gurus teaching different investment strategies. There's quite a lot at that time. So, okay, maybe investing in the market is a way to help me to pass my retiring time and at the same time make some money. I start talking to all my friends. They are all very smart people in their own right, running their own business, their profession in their own market, and so on. The general reaction I get from them is, oh, no, never go into the market. It's not a place for us. I said, what? You smart guys with such a good track record, and you tell me market is not even for you. Strange. What's going on? And that has been the reason for me to come in and try to figure out, and took me a long time. The reason why the newbies cannot make money instantly because they have unrealistic expectations and are not well equipped. They just learn the system as a black and white. They never convert the black and white into the gray area in the market so they can take advantage of to become the real winner. I begin to use the word speculation. Speculation includes trading, investing, and gambling. Yes, gambling. Some people can make money in the casino, but the professionals will always blacklist. They will not allow them to go back again. Anyway, that's side issue. So speculation, either trading, investing, or gambling, we all begin with ignorance or with a lot of uncertainty. That's the first stage. We bump on the wall, we hit here, we hit there, we get slight injuries, or we get major injuries, it depends. Eventually, we probably went through, we learn a lot. The art part of our behavior begin to glow in the positive sense. Then we move into the competence stage. Then further improvement leads us to become an expert, and further improvement makes us the master. But the transition from one stage to another does not come easy. It takes a lot of hard work, persistent hard work. The biggest hurdle in our life, we don't take action because we are afraid of failure. Why we were afraid of the failure? In school, I think the thing is changing now. We were never taught in school to deal or to handle uncertainty. We are given a lot of historical proven facts, and we were only asked to memorize it and repeat it in our examination to get the A score. So with that conditioning, we need to make some changes. So to begin with, failure is our first attempt in learning. By way of this, uncertainty, ignorance, competence, expertise, mastery. And I call it UICEM. Wow, a long list of my presentation for today. In fact, I added 2 more pages at the end during my final review because I found out the information is too good to not include. So for those who get the notes, I will send you the additional 2 pages as addendum to it. You just attach it to the last 2 pages and then move on. The more important thing I like to start with, we need to look at the market as playing the probability game. Once we change the mindset to play it as a probability game, our winning opportunity, the odds will be on us. However, this is my pure personal will. You have to do your due diligence. Who am I in case you don't know? That's my name. That's my email contact, which I put in the chat in the early part. I've been working as an aircraft electronic equipment salesperson. They call it the avionics. And we sell to the aircraft manufacturers. And I'm specifically targeting China and Korea at that time. And this kind of sales is very easy job. First of all, I do not have monthly quota. I do not have half-yearly quota. I do not have yearly quota because the life cycle of this kind of sale, you talk about 5 to 10 years. Is it easy for aircraft manufacturer to decide what airplane to make? It took them a long time. Which equipment suppliers, like the avionics, like the engine, like the air conditioning system, like the landing gear system, etc., etc., the airplane manufacturer only produce the car case to put all these different vendors' equipment in to make it a safe and flyable equipment and comfortable for people to fly. A30, I think the idea come about at least 20 years. And you know what happened today? A330 died. Nobody wants to buy it. Because the market changed, as simple as that. Then, after that, I quit. I moved to Suzhou and stayed there a few years. Have a very enjoyable life. I worked with a guy from Suzhou, a farmer, but a university graduate from Shanghai Jiaotong University of Shanghai. He and I start making the balloons in the air for surveillance, for air photography, etc. But at the time when I was with him, we did only up to 13 meters. Very small one compared with this one. These are 100 meters that my former partner did 2 years ago. I come out of the business for 2 things. Number one, I really want to retire. And my grandsons are coming and growing up. So I would like to have a lot of good time with them. And the second reason I quit the business, I felt that disruption from the drone can be a killer. However, there is still a niche market because the balloon is filled with helium that can stay in the air for a very, very long time. Whereas the drone has to fly up and down to refuel. Therefore, depending on the commission, the balloon may still have a niche position in the market. But anyway, it's not my business. I'm out. Again, because I learned from my friends that, oh, don't go to the market. Market is not for us. So I want to understand Why and how? Because I know it's the greed and fear that really drives the market. And the greed and fear comes from the matter between our 2 ears. So I want to find out, if that happens, is there any way I can control it to reduce the irrationality and make me rational? The first guru I attended training is the gentleman called Michael Wu at that time. I know nothing about options. He's an options trader and have a zero understanding of the options system. And Michael Wu is actually teaching a higher level options trading. Of course, I went in. I was in a big cloud of black that I see nothing. Anyway, I spend the money, I stay. At the end of the day, I come up with 3 conclusions. I pay him about, okay, these 3 lines I learned from him cost me about $600 each line. But anyway, you cannot just make the direct measurement. There's something that make me have the appreciation. Okay, number 1, I agree, find a mentor, have discipline. When he talk about learn to accept losses, my immediate expression is this: what? No way, I pay you, you should teach me to make money. How can you ask me to accept losses? I don't need you. I walk away. But after all these years, the big green check becomes the biggest one. It took me a long time to understand, to learn to accept losses, because this is the gray area that no one can describe in black and white for others to understand 100%. It takes a long time. I believe all the successful traders, investors realize what I talk about. Your journey from knowing nothing to full appreciation can vary depending on who you are, how you go about, who is your mentor, and with luck. Then I do the workshop for Dr. T for free. Yeah, can I develop workshop and try to sell to the market? Of course I can. But a lot of marketing effort. With Dr. T, it's easy. He provides a platform, people like you to come. I don't have to just sell and say, come join me and pay me money. So I do it for Dr. T for free, because the benefit I get is not necessarily the money. It's because of my participation in the activities. And the old saying is this: I hear and I forget. I see and I remember. I do and I understand. So it's the do part to help me to achieve the understanding part, to drive me to do the workshop for Dr. T. If I am not doing a good job, I don't think I can beg Dr. T to say, Dr. T, give me a day lah. Then somebody say, when one teaches to learn, the two, including the teacher, and I have full appreciation of that. That's why I enjoy doing the presentation. Failure, first attempt in learning. 台上1分钟，台下10年功。The glory you receive for that 10 minutes could take years for you to get it. So, what we see is the 10 minutes. We never see the ugly things behind and the time element, people involved to do that. And one key factor is called failure, and learn from the failure. So we need to go through it as a probability game. We need to change our mindset. I'm reading the chat. Sorry, I might miss something because the whole thing gets scrolled up and up and up. At the end of the day, I will read the record of the chat completely, and then I do a summary email sent to Dr. T, and for him to send to his students who come for this session today. Thank you. Is it okay? Am I too fast? If you say that I'm too fast, please say 11111. Just type 1. If you don't type anything, may I assume that I'm doing okay or too slow? Okay, can we move on? I see a few okays. Thank you. I have some frequently asked questions. Probably you are also familiar with that. The first question, what stock to buy? Did you at some time in your life cycle as an investor or trader, especially in your early days? Is the question that you ask quite often. The second question, can I buy now? This has been the question for me in my early days. Now, the hidden condition when you ask the two questions is that the stock I'm buying can only go up. And number two, I must buy it at the lowest possible price so that I have a very good safety margin and give me a higher profit potential. This is a sign when we do not have true confidence in the market. If you're still asking this question very regularly, it reflects that you have to find a way to develop a true confidence in market, and you will automatically stop asking these kind of questions. It's a kind of feedback mechanism. A gambler creates risk for amusement. I believe a lot of people knows you can never beat the casino. They all make tons of money year after year. All the casinos are beautifully decorated with fantastic food, with fantastic show. You can go in just to enjoy the food and watch the show for free. You don't have to play the game. That means playing the casino role is a sure way to make money. Now, when everybody knows that, why people still go in to gamble? Win and loss is secondary. Having the excitement is the key driver. Therefore, as an investor, you should not come into the market and look for excitement. You should understand the risk and understand it in such a way you can go into the market but to face a loss, yet you don't feel the pain and you can stay in the game and continue with the market. I'll talk about that later in more details. Now, you notice I have two specific terminologies I talk about here, which I use a lot in my PA special project. So what is outcome? For example, you use Dr. T's Ein55 optimism system to find the giant and buy the market. So you buy the stocks 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, many times. It's your first time to use the system, you find a giant, you say, okay, it's a very reliable company, I can trust, I buy. The first buy is an outcome. Can you guarantee the market will go for you in your favor? You cannot. So even for a giant that you have picked, you can never guarantee the outcome to be positive. The market can come down because the fear factor come about and overcome all the positivities of the company to drive the price very low. So every single action is an outcome and is unpredictable. However, with the optimism and the giants, would you agree that all the 10 outcomes that you have in the future will all be negative? Obviously, no. Some will win, some will lose. So over a period of time of all the outcomes add together, the combination, I call it the occurrence. Many outcomes combined to become occurrence. And because the system try to give you a higher probability of win, and as a result, your occurrence will give you a win in the market in the long run. That is probability. So understand outcome, understand occurrence. One is unpredictable and the other is predictable. Occurrence simply is a collection of all the outcomes. And then you have the probability. Interesting. Now, when you go into the market, there are many things you have no control. But you do have a control of, are you going in? You can say yes or you can say no. You can say, how much I want to go in? I want to go in such a small amount that I can afford. Even I lost, I will stay in the game and can move on. That is things that you can control. And these are the key drivers we need to understand to convert it into our own system to win in the market. You notice I use the word willing to lose. I'm going to talk about that later. A very important concept. Just bear with me for now. Never enter into any position before you have clearly answered this question. How much can I afford and I'm willing to lose? Remember I talked about willing earlier, but now I have afford. How much I can afford and how much I'm willing to lose, are they the same thing? Yes or no, please, in the chat. I see more no's with fewer yeses. Correct. Now let me quote an example. Mr. A, 10 million capital to go into market. So afford to lose $1 million out of 10 million. Is that okay? Yes, it's affordable. But that is not the driving factor of our behavior in the market. It's the willingness that counts. And this is our psychological stop loss level. That means if I go into the market, I start to lose money, the money go up and up and up to a certain amount. Before that amount, I can be stable. When the drawdown goes to that amount, even it is paper loss, I begin to become very agitated. The moment before you become agitated, that amount is your psychology loss level, and that is the most important. Do you know? I have a real life story about my friend as an investor. Another guy, I call it Mr. B, talk to my friend, hey, I have so much money, can you do the investment? Sure, no problem. So they have an agreement. But unfortunately, it was only verbal. That Mr. B opened an account, put money in, hand over the password so my friend can access the account and use the money to do the trading for him, or for B. And the verbal agreement says the contract ends in 6 months. However, 2 months down the line, Mr. B checked his account and see quite a lot of red and accumulated a big drawdown. So he instantly changed the password, refused my friend to come in to play the market, and demand my friend to pay him the losses. My friend said, hey, it was only a drawdown. Who says I cannot make the money back at the end of 6 months? So the go about become very ugly. The key is this. The drawdown which is willing goes beyond his willingness level. So he made irrational decisions. And it is unfortunate. The two have only verbal agreement. So they have to rediscuss to find a new agreement and settle the issue. I don't know what happened. Anyway, that was the story. By the way, if you have an agreement with somebody, make sure it is in writing. And the willingness is your psychological risk. You can make money a lot of times, but one wrong huge bet will kill you. The market will not say sorry. So we need to learn to accept losses, Perhaps all these discussions will cover some part of the gray area to make it look a little bit clearer, closing to black and white. So learn to accept, prepare for it, prevent it, and cope with it. Remember this. Very important in investing and trading. This guy says investing and gambling is very difficult to identify in the early days because the curve says that, let me assume it is a conflict game. Let me assume the win and loss is equal. Therefore, the curve come about symmetrical. So in the early days, the gambler investor performance may be around, say, half win, half losses, and so on and so forth. However, over the long term, the difference will come because the investors have ways to move the whole curve up. And you notice the bigger area is the win. The smaller area is the losses. Whereas the gamblers move the curve down. So the small area of win and bigger area of losses to lead to their result. And this guy wrote an article called Decision Making for Investors. And that is the link that you can go and download. I don't know if you still can get the link. I never checked. And this is the page I go in. And the key I find out is this. The fundamental law of investing is the uncertainty of the future. So probability gain is a good way to help you manage the uncertainty that in the long run, you make money in the market. Fundamental law of uncertainty. What do you see on the left-hand side? Dow Jones, 10 years. I said for the last 10 years, generally it's an up and up and up market. Any people go into the market, the tendency to lose will be less possible. So if you really lose money, then you're really a sucker. So this part, what I call, hold on. Sorry, I clicked the wrong button. Come on, why I cannot get in? Sorry.
James, what do you want to show?
I want to return to meeting. I click the button, but I cannot go in.
Return to the meeting, meaning you're sharing screen right now? I don't get it.
Screen. Let me get out of the screen and then.
Yeah, you just share one more time. You click on the share screen.
Sorry.
PowerPoint.
I hit the wrong button.
It's okay.
Sorry.
Okay, now it's fine.
Okay, this is unknown. Sorry, this is the known part. And then to the right-hand side, which is the future. We all know that it's unknown. So the price at this point, will it go up? Will it go down? Or you take a rest? Nobody knows. So there are three possibilities. And that is the uncertainty that we talk about. And that is the area we have no control of. So, how to play the market? The area that we have control is this. Should I enter? Should I not enter? I have a choice, because I rely on the news on what happened in the market. The news like somebody catch the COVID-19 positive is a good news. Okay, then plus the historical performance and apply the fusion decision making and say maybe I can go in and still with a high probability of winning. However, I must protect myself. What if it actually comes down? So I do my stop loss with such amount that when it comes down, it come down. Don't care. Go on, next game. So can you go in? How much to go in? Stay in the game by applying the 2% rule generically. It's the only control that we have. And remember the occurrence and the outcome. So eventually, we may still make money. Agree? So our focus is in this area. I don't care about what the analyst said about, oh, it's a good buy now. Now here, I add this in, which you do not have in your notes. I say the things you have a control in two ways: calculated versus uncalculated risk. Summary. And in Chinese, I call it 精密计算，风险控制。You don't keep this it's fine. As long you can understand that discussion I talk about, and that's good enough. We all achieve our satisfactory long-term result because we focus more on the probability way of playing in the market. That is the reason when I do the PA special project in the early days, I make it a mandatory requirement to read a book and do a summary. But now I say, okay, it's your choice. Then I make it an optional. And the book summary is the way to understand the common factors, actually less than 10, which all the winners share among all their probability calculations, their different systematic approaches, thousands ways. It's the only 10 common activities that they share to make them the winner in the market. Book summary. So, focusing on the probabilistic game, we focus more on the process and not on the outcome. Focus on the process and not on the outcome. Remember back to the known and unknown part, the three up, sideways, and down, that could be the outcome. So I focus on the process in that, okay, it may go up. What if it come down? So I don't focus on making money. I focus on that system tells me I have a high probability to win as long as I have enough protection in it. Even the outcome turns negative, I don't care. So when I go into the game, I never say I must win tomorrow. I just say, what will it come tomorrow? And if it comes about against my original expectation, my question would be, what happened in between when I decide to go in? Some news might have happened that I am not aware of. And then you can do the review. Oh, there's certain things happen I'm not aware of. Maybe next time when my system produce a high probability, win probability into the game, before I enter, let me go to there to check if there's any news. Again, a feedback loop. Okay. So it is a systematic approach to manage your investment. So success, you have to weight the probabilities and the outcomes. You do an expected value mindset. Okay, expected value, I will explain in more detail. And everything begins, we must have the awareness before we know what to do. Now, notice supporting information. I'm not going to go into that. The formulas myself, I don't even understand. Now, this is the thing I want to show you. If you play the roulette wheels, generally there are two kinds of roulette wheels. This one, I call it the European wheel because it has only a single zero and it is green. And the other one I know is the American roulette wheel, which has two zeros and that is a green here and then green there. So look at the European view. You buy only number from 1 to 36. How they distribute, I don't know. Why they do it, I don't understand. So if you buy the numbers, so every single number, because of the 1 to 36, then you have 1 in 36 times probability to win. But because of the cell 0, therefore your probability is only 1 in 36. And then 36 in 37 would be your losing probability. So the expected value calculation is this. Because the casino defines when you win, they pay you, every dollar they pay you 35. Why 35? Because the calculation will tell me, no matter what you do, over the long run, the occurrence will be that every single dollar, casino take away 0.027 or 2.7 cents every dollar, but it add up. That's how they become very rich. So if you bet a single outcome of 6, for example, any number, then the indefinite occurrences, outcomes become the occurrence. At the end, every single dollar you lose 25 cents. Now let me share with you the calculation. How come?
What do you need, James?
I know why I did wrong. Now I know how to click it properly.
Okay, go ahead.
Spreadsheet, if I change the 35 to 37, what do you think the result will be? Okay. Now before that, let's take a look at. Here, the expected value is 0.9459, and for this value is negative 0.9730. If you add them together, it becomes, this is negative value. That's why you lose. But if I change the value to 36, you see, you break even. If you change to 37, you will make money. That's why the casinos do all kinds of such calculations based on the expected value calculations. They determine the payout to make sure they will win you in the long run. In fact, they don't mind you have a win for win. And then they will make all the noises to tell the whole world, this guy make $1 million, because they want to suck in other people to become their play. Is that interesting? A person who buys a stock is more precisely speculative. A person who buys a company is really a very strict definition of investor. But in our world, we use the term quite loosely. So we tend to buy a stock, hold for a certain period. Hopefully you will make money for me, particularly when I have a targeted price. When I reach that, I just get out. And that is typically a trader behavior. A speculator or investor, they buy and hold, but they don't decide how long they hold. They let the market to tell them how long they hold. So you do have a good investment that you think you can hold 10 years. But you check the market regularly, like every 3 months. Then suddenly you notice the instrument you hold have a quite a spectacular win beyond your calculation. Then probably you take the short-term win first. You get out. Then you wait for the price to come down. Then you buy back again to increase the total win in the longer term. So speculator with the intention to hold for the long term, but allow the market to tell it's the right time for me to get some short-term profit before I come back again. So in the long run, you are still holding the instrument, but you still use it to get in and out to make some windfalls. Investor, they actually spend time to manage the company as well. In our case, the key is let the market help you to decide when to go in and when to go out. Never say, I'm an investor, I'm a trader. Warren Buffett says, again, it's only for reference. I can move on. Andrei Kostonani, an Hungarian, lives, I think, more in Germany. He died in 1999, 80 years of speculation. He used the word, speculating is more art than science. That's where he led me to focus on the difference of art and science. And I talk from time to time to differentiate these two until the end. Then he made a statement, 49% losses, 51% win, and lived well from the difference. The 49% and 51% is already bigger than the edge the casinos have. That is for your reference. Shall we take a short break for 10 minutes?
Yeah, go ahead. Probably you can just always a Word document.
And
then
then
just type maybe 10, 20, whichever. 10, 23. Okay. Yeah. Okay. James, if you want to switch off your video, it's fine. You decide. Okay.
I don't need to.
Okay. In that case, take a good break. Okay. The rest, because James today need to talk for 8 hours, right? And some of you also need to go for a break. Go ahead. And Dr. can engage you for some time, and also for whoever viewing the video later on. Huh? Okay. So yeah. So you have learned so far is a warm-up to gradually introduce to you the concept of psychology, the probability, right? And a bit background of later on there'll be more background on China side. Okay. Before you quickly go into, wow, Dr. show me what stock to buy and so on. Huh? Yeah. So in fact, all these are systematic research done by James so far. And in fact, just now a lot of guru, right, sharing. So you'll be surprised that in fact, investing meaning we don't know the future, but even it's an unknown, right? We can still take action, right? Because we got special age, right? For example, the age in terms of the trading probability, right? For example, trend following is one of the age. And number two, for example, right, knowing the business, the direction. So a business cannot be, you know, for the last 10 years, every year make money, and suddenly, you know, for the next 10 years, every year lose money. Yes, there are cases like this, but we are looking at the, you know, the probability of, you know, looking at maybe 10 or 20 stocks. Okay, so that's why it's very important for us to look at the probability as a whole, not just on one case. Okay, this Mr. Wong, right? You messaged me privately. Yes, you. So I have sent you the email, so you should know the email, right? Can you refer to the email? If not, can you message me? It'll be easier, huh? Okay, or I try to reply to you here in a short while. Okay, yeah. So wherever, if you need a copy of the notes, you can contact Dr. T. I will email the notes to you in a short while, huh? So you know the details. Where's this? You know. Okay. So just contact me accordingly. Then it should be fine, or you can private message me. Okay, we continue from here. So probability is one thing. So just now we look at the, you know, how the casino in fact design the game. In fact, casino is very scientific one. Right? So casino not afraid of 10% go in, then later on pay four of you money. Right? Casino is looking at the, you know, using you know, a big number. Okay, looking at 10,000. All right, 100,000 people. Because indeed, if one person come to casino, probably casino may lose. So casino can lose 100%. So for example, today, right, you go to casino, you talk to this Genting. I want to play 1 billion with you. So 1 billion I win from you, or 1 billion I lose to you. Right? Then the Genting said, no, sorry, I cannot accept it, but I'll put a table limit. Okay, maybe using 100,000 every bid. Even the same person, they welcome, but the limit to maximum 100,000. Is okay? James, you take a rest because your trade need to rest. And also, James, in case I forget, you need time for your pages. Okay? Yeah, because so far,
Don't worry.
yours.
No, I know what I'm doing.
Okay, in that case, it's fine. I just want to.
More talk in the early part, and then let's talk in the.
Okay, fine.
Everybody get tired.
Oh, I see. Okay, then it's fine. Okay, so we continue before we start on time from 10:23, because some of you, you probably want to understand, you know, all this background is to make sure that you're aware what is the investing and trading about. In fact, two are very common, right? Even later on, James will talk about the art of speculation as well, huh? Yeah, because people when hear the word speculation may think, you know, a bit negative to it. But indeed, just how James told you. So what is what may happen? Let's say 1 day, 1 month, or even okay, let's say next week. What may happen to the stock market? All right, three possibility: up, down, or sideways. Yeah, but at the same time, if we just depends on that uncertainty, then it's as good as gambling, right? So therefore, why we do the fundamental analysis is to make sure even company making money, there are higher chances the share price could go up because likely the next quarter they'll report better result. Yeah, it's this called the momentum. The momentum of the business going in the right track. The business or company still making money next month. So therefore, the momentum of the share price go higher, right? Their probability is high in the longer term, but that probability in the short term, let's say days or weeks, may not be fully aligned with the long-term fundamental. Yeah, but so that's why for the shorter term trading, we align to that the so-called momentum of the price trend. So even for lousy stock with a weak business, sometimes they are supported by some good result. You know, they can actually, you know, get support. Huh? Okay, so let me see. There's one question by CK. So James mentioned speculator versus investor. All right, he says speculator may take profit when the stock is up to realized profit and when to enter again upon correction. Can investor not do that also? Um,
Can I answer?
yes, that's why I want to reach out to you. In that case, James, you've seen. So, okay, I pass the time to you. I let you, because I let you manage from here. Okay.
And the answer is absolutely yes, because it actually reflects on your personality. You don't like to take that kind of profit because you're not the kind of person who want to monitor market once every 3 months. May not be your style. You may want to buy and then just put it under the pillow and forget. That's my generic answer. People have choices. The market is never black and white. So can you take profit? Answer is yes. Can you not take profit? The answer is also yes. And that is the gray area that we need to understand. So to me, that part of gray area I prefer is yet exceptional profit, I take it first. Now, if that part of the gray area for you is that, now I don't want to spend the time too hectic, I would like enjoy my life better, I leave it, because at the end of the run, you will make money. So there's no right or wrong answer. I think it's time that we should go back in. Hello? Hello? Hello, hello?
Yeah, it's okay. James, we can hear you. You just need to share the screen, that's all. Yeah, this is a very first Zoom class by James. So this round we do some adjustment, huh? Yeah, but so far, James, you're doing well, huh? Yeah, okay, continue.
Thank you. The art of speculating. That's a Chinese war game book called the 孙子兵法, and someone translated into English and changed the title. Called it The Art of War. Fantastic. Because the title already tells you it is not black and white. There's a lot of gray areas. That's why if you use the art of war and read the contents to the dot and you try to play the game in the war, you may still be a loser. The black and white part is unimportant. Your interpretation of the gray areas is the key. That's the reason in the market, we need to learn a lot about the gray areas and apply and convert it into art to help us improve. Likewise, speculating, investing, trading, and gambling is an art. It's just like painting or drawing or playing music. And people who are really good at, they are the artists. There's no certainty, meaning no black and white. The market behavior with some property called non-stationarity, which means you are playing a game. But as you go on with the game, the rules also change consistently. Then how you need to adjust when the new games come about? Would that be easy? And that's why the art part is very important. A lot of gurus, because of their success, they convert their way of making money that can be clearly defined as if they are black and white and convert it into system to become your scientific discipline. Most of the system get developed based on historical performance. And we call it evidence-based investing. Looking into the history and project into future. The Ein55 optimism is the same thing. You notice, Dr. T's system generally says it must have a 20 years historical data. Why not 1 year data? See, that is the gray area. Now I cannot use a 1 year data. Yes, I can. I can still produce an optimism result. I can still rely on it and make money. But I can also rely on it and lose money. So the gray area in EIM system for Dr. T is generally 20 years is much better than 1 year. People who win in the market, actually they are creative. They are out of conscious thinkers. Linear thinkers tend not to survive well in the market. Speculating is like playing a piano. Can you play piano? Can I play piano? The answer is yes. Because playing the piano by definition is just to hit the key. But what key to hit at what time interval and how distant apart you hit the key, that makes the difference. I play the piano and turn out to be noise, and you get very annoyed. Correct? So the art part, playing the key, pressing the key of the piano is the black and white. The ability to play the key, to turn it into mastery is the art. Most speculators tend to focus on one school of trading thought. Here, I make it very simplistic, either on TA, or FA, or even PA. So relying on single or focus a lot on one element and less on the others can be dangerous. The approach is called one-dimensional. But one-dimensional is easy because it is black and white, it's clear. Then we need to behave in the long term to become a winner by taking the fusion approach. So the TA, the FA, the PAs, we all take a look and consider. And that is the art part of the game. We understand my own psychology and risk management to trade with higher confidence. Remember I talked about the willing to lose part? That's part of the psychology. When every branch of analysts point to the same direction, you have a very high probability setup called the 5-star trading. And Dr. T has this. I'm sure you know what it is. LOFTP. This is an Australian Forex trader. Of course, I read his books. The key, I quote him, is simply, as a very seasoned trader, he also confessed, after 2 decades of trading, I still struggle to stay disciplined and unemotional each day. Imagine, from a guru. That is the 5-star. This is not 5-star because it's distributed here, 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 and here. If everything is here, fantastic. But I'm sure you wait for your lifetime, probably you will get one time. Probably. Or not at all. Going into the market, we must begin with setting a goal. What I want to do, what I want to achieve. We all have a different objectives. And we all come into the market at different stage of our life cycle. Plus, our personal behavior determines are we risk takers or non-risk takers. All these combined to determine how to set my goal. In the early part, there's a lot of things we may not understand, but we can start with something, and the goal is not something that you set and keep it forever. We can always review, reflect, and make adjustments. It's a continuous process improvement cycle. This guy talk about the golden circle. Everything begins with why. Why I want to play in the market? I want to achieve something. The easy answer is I want the excitement. Thank you. Go ahead. Hopefully you will still stay in the game. Then start with why, followed by the how, and then check the what. When you have a purpose, the how is you determine certain process or action. So you will do and do and do, hopefully to achieve your purpose. Then you check the result. The process, is it leading to the why I want, or is moving away? It is moving away, that means I need to fine-tune the process again by looking at the result. So with this, again, you have a continuous process activities to fine-tune your system. Then for me, the goal is simple. My two grandsons. I plan to start a small A-share investment. I'm not looking for a windfall in a very short time. The investment is to build a fund for my grandsons, China only, long-term growth, specifically China only. That's my goal. Then I begin to go into it. Now, I did that some time ago. I want to bring it back as a refreshment. In our early days, our focus, actually our ability to take high risk is a lot stronger than when we reach the retiring stage. So high risk taking ability, low risk taking ability. Okay, nothing to do with the personality. Then in the early days, wealth building is important because you do have income to support your life and to help you to improve. But the wealth building part becomes an important element to help you in the age. The other day I attended Yu and Chao Yi's Fit 2 program, and Yu keeps saying, I am focusing more on high CAGR and high R2 because they tend to give me a long-term growth stock. So he's focusing more on wealth building. That is Yu. Do you behave like this? I don't know. Then I talk about at different stage, we may have a different components of the instrument. You know, this is the football team that we build. I have one slide talking about it. We talk about it later. And to every individual, the components will not be the same. It has to match, first of all, my ability to get into the market. That means the free money I can put aside to play the market. Even if I lose everything out of the free money, my quality of life does not get affected. Life moves on. But for some other people, they may have a tons of money that they don't need. Likewise, the market also has life cycle. This is something I get from Fidelity in May. It just simply tells me China is at a very low cycle. So when that is lower and I look into the China, This gives me a bigger latitude, even if I'm wrong. My chance of being hurt will certainly be lower. How low can it go down? You understand the point I'm making? So looking at the market cycle at the low is the first thing. Good. I can blindly buy. Hopefully, I don't get burned. But would I just blindly buy and hope that I don't get burned? Of course not. I have other activities to help improve my probability. This is for your supporting reading. So pardon me, allow me to bypass it. Because I do have other things that you will get the key message of today's presentation. The company have life cycles. Startup stage, growth stage, maturity stage, and so on. And then death or relive again. So we apply different investment strategy to the company at their different life cycles. That's the generic rule. But when I try to go into China, the transparency issue would be my biggest concern. Therefore, whoever company that I show interest, I don't care about their real life cycle. They could be here, 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 or here. I don't care. As long as I find enough information for me to feel a bit comfortable. But I treat all these companies as if they are startup. I just do the 4D investment. I'll explain why, okay? I treat all the companies, I don't care about their real life cycle, but I consider them as if they are startups and apply the 4D. That is the key. Then when you move on, of course, we use the system that we learned to help us improve our investment probability. Why 4D strategy? How many of you buy? I don't buy regularly, but from time to time when I walk past, when I don't see a long queue, I may just, walk by that, spend a few bucks, get a ticket and forget. Do you do that? So the psychology behind the 4D is this. If I don't get it, I don't care. Life goes on. I'll buy again next time. My emotion is totally unaffected. That is the key driver. That is the PA. That is the mismanagement. So if I invest in the market with the same mindset, do you think I will get very emotional? The answer would be maybe or not at all. Let's look at the industry in China. That's how they distribute mainly agriculture, construction, manufacturing, services. This is a food producing. This is the actually growth market, producing hard products for people to consume. It's the consumer driven. US focus a lot on here. And eventually, service is selling things you cannot see, you cannot touch, but you can only feel. And this sector is getting bigger over time. The hard product, the physical product sector seems to stay quite consistent. Agricultural quite become decline because China is buying more and more from outside. But from here, let's look into the future. What will be the outcome? Let's take a look. I believe with automation, in the manufacturing. The tendency is fewer people will be required, so more people will lose their job. And for the newly graduated, since the big money is in the service, but in the long run, it may not be a productive thing for the country. But since the money is there, a lot of people will focus into servicing, also draining some from going into manufacturing. But I believe China would take advantage of this. They have to make sure they guarantee the job. So grow the agricultural sector could be the thing in the future. And I'll explain why I believe growing agriculture could be the future. This is the Kubuqi Desert. Here, Kubuqi is not English, is Hanyu Pinyin. It's the 7th desert in China in Inner Mongolia. It's a 1 minute 44 seconds. Let me just play to show you how they do it.
James, you need to click on share screen and computer sound, otherwise no one can hear.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you have to click share screen. There's a box at the bottom left. Can you click share computer sound? One more time on the share screen. You click on that share screen button, and then at the bottom left.
I don't have it on the left.
You try again. You will see. You click on the share screen green button. You click on it. You'll see there's an option, a box for you to check called share computer sound.
No, I don't.
Can you stop this so-called PowerPoint? Click on share screen. Can you click on the green screen? Don't share first. No, don't share first. Can you click on the screen first? You click the button, they will see an option. Before you click on PowerPoint, can you click the green button, arrow up button? There's a button. Then.
Oh, sorry. I did not know that is a way to do it.
Yeah, because you told me you will not show video, so that's why I did not teach you on that.
I do only 1 minute 44.
Yeah, so in future, you know, you have to output the sound in that way.
Okay.
Yeah, you try one more time. Should be okay now.
Any rain and scorching temperatures. Not exactly ideal conditions to support vegetation. But turning that logic on its head is this desert in North China's Inner Mongolia Autonomous Region.
According to our calculation, there are over 70 kinds of crops growing here. Many are not planted by us, but they just grow themselves.
Crops like corn, tomatoes, sorghum, and sunflowers, transforming more than 200 hectares of sand dunes into an oasis, all within 6 months. It's all thanks to new technology developed by researchers at Chongqing Jiatong University. They developed a paste made of a substance found naturally in plant cell walls. When it's added to sand, it's able to retain water, nutrients, and air.
The costs of artificial materials and machines for transforming sand into soil is lower compared with controlled environmental agriculture and reclamation.
The research team has big future plans. This fall, it hopes to transform an additional 200 hectares of desert and possibly more than 13,000 in the next few years. The method could be promising for China. In 3 years, the country hopes to reforest 50% of degraded desert land that can be treated. By 2030, the United Nations is aiming to reach zero growth of desert farmland around the world. So China's breakthrough experiment in converting sand to soil is promising for making land seemingly hostile to life fertile ground. Frances Koh, CGTN. Little, if any, rain.
Interesting. You know, that was the reason I believe China will develop the agriculture, because they can produce, convert deserts into arable land. And the other thing they do is to move the water from south to the north. 3 big projects, that is the one that they have done already, called the Eastern Line. And they are still doing partially in the Canal Line. And the next thing is the Western Line. Actually, this one caused some concern from India, because India's water also comes from Xinjiang and Tibet. So do I have a crystal ball? The answer is yes and no. When I say something, if it turns out to be right, then everybody says I have a crystal ball. If I do that and everything turns to be wrong, then nobody say you are suck. So first of all, my KPI, never lose money, embrace risk. That's the key. The requirement to be a speculator, 4 qualities. You must have a free money. Independent thinker, be patient, having luck. This is unfortunately something we do not have control of. But these are the things we can decide. So investment is an effort, actually, to prevent a lot of money from becoming a little to begin with. Don't talk about making money. First thing is to prevent from losing before you talk about making money. Free money is the money you can afford to lose. You can afford to lose. You see, not necessarily you're willing to lose, you can afford. And to give a certain margin of safety. In case you're so unfortunate, you lose everything, your quality of life won't be affected. The scenario is this: the odds of your losing your capital are both high and probable. Maybe that is the answer to all my smart friends why they lose money in the market. So we have to be responsible for our own false decisions and actions. Avoid investing in anything based on rumor. I will use the high flux as a case study later. Do your own diligence, be contrarian and not to follow the herd. Proper patience is needed because the life cycle of our investing increase the entry part, the holding part, and the exit part. The holding part is the key to drive our patience. The government letter guy, that's what he said. Patience is a virtue of speculator. Luck plays a huge role, especially in the short term. You can decide to go all in, and only luck will help you to make sure the all in the first time will make you the money. Only luck will make you this. So luck is important. However, because we understand the probability, we learn about the outcomes and the combination of outcomes becoming the occurrences. This one, unpredictable, This one gives us certain predictability. And with that, we can manage to play the game in the market and to win in the long term. If you go to Yo-Yo Ma's show, you will not hesitate to pay the expensive ticket because his past performance already demonstrated he will come out just as good because the occurrence determines. And in this kind of situation, it is black and white. There's no gray area. Unless halfway during the play, his cello broken, or he get a heart attack and who couldn't play along. Who knows? Of course, I'm not cursing him. There's no way to know for sure. This guy.
Sorry, James, to interrupt. Because you're sharing the screen itself, can you share just a PowerPoint?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not in the PowerPoint.
You can use the other computer to take a look how learners look at yours.
Sorry.
No, you are actually sharing all but the. Yeah, probably time to time you can use another computer to double check how the student may see your screen. Yeah, now it's okay. Thank you.
Sorry about that. Should I go back and do again? Can you see now? Yes, I can see from my other screen.
Now it's okay.
Okay, free money means the thing that you can afford. Afford does not mean willing. Remember what I said earlier? The odds of your losing are both high and probable. This is the driver why my smart friends, they say market is not for us. We have to be independent thinker, make our decision, avoid investing based on rumors. I use a high flux to demonstrate something. Always do your own due diligence. Be contrarian enough to follow the herd. Patience is important because our investment includes the entry, the holding, and the exit. There's a time element. And the holding part is the most important time that our patience will help us to be rational. That's the garment, Dennis Diamond. Patience is the virtue for speculator. Luck. Luck is extremely important, as I say, but we have no control of, and we don't know when they will come, they will not come. So if you decide to go all in, then with luck, you go all in, you make back 100% instantly, and you can move on. Results are persistent from one period to the next only if the performance relies mostly on skill, which is the occurrence rather than the outcome. Outcome is unpredictable. Occurrence is the collection of outcome to give you certain probability that you know you will win in the market. Like listening to Yo-Yo Ma, you're willing to pay the high price because you know you will certainly perform as good as any time he did in the past. This guy is a Phil Ivey. He's a 10 times World Poker Series champion. But will he get all the good hands every time? He may get a bad hand. Therefore, the luck is not with him. Then how can he still be the winner in the long run? Because he treats the outcome to make sure he can stay in the game. As long as he can stay in the game, when the luck comes and he knows how to play it right, then he will win big. The paradox of skill is this. The reason luck is so important in speculating is not because the investors are not skillful. It's actually they are skillful. And yet when they are skillful, luck tends to come in their favor. What moves the market? The greed and fear. Therefore, only new information moves the market. In the short term, good or bad luck can produce results that will disgrace your skill if you're losing money. Or say, wow, you're a fantastic guy, as if you understand how to play in the market in a super way. Luck will do that to you. But in the long term, the occurrence and the way you manage it will produce a long-term result based on skill consistently. Therefore, the good luck and the bad luck will balance each other out to produce any effect at all. I say the luck, good luck and bad luck for individual occurrences, for individual outcome, eventually over the long term will balance out. And your skill become the key determinant to make you a winner in the market. This is a guy talking about how to differentiate skill and luck in his book. Okay, if you're interested, you can consider reading the book to understand better. It's not that investors have become dumber. It's actually the opposite. The average investor is more skillful in the past years. The paradox of skill says that when the outcome of an activity combines skill and luck, as skill improves, luck becomes more important. Outcome and your action combined based on your skill. Luck says you must win. Of course, no matter what you do, you will win. But if you have a consistent skill that even in bad luck situation, you don't lose much and be able to stay in the game or make a little bit so that you can continue, luck becomes less important. Here, as skill improves, luck becomes more important. I don't know whether I make it wrong. I have to go back and check. Should be less important. Because the bad luck and good luck over the long time even out. The guy says, skill is that I asked her to marry me, and luck comes when she say yes. So even you have the skill to create an environment, a situation, a condition very favorable for you ask her to marry you, luck will be the determinant to get the result you want. Again, that's the same thing. I want to repeat it again for your review. Again, luck is random, we have no control, and predictable. And good luck and bad luck can come about. So over the long term, probably the luck will even out to produce the least effect affecting your performance. So your strategy, your choice, your habit becomes the key. So how we need to focus on developing the trading plan and behave in a way to make sure we become a long-term winner. We need to have the art. It's a combination of all this. Successful speculators embrace risk. They don't hide from it. This is a part of the learn to accept loss, a part of it. We all understand playing the market is a risky business. But if you understand how I can mitigate my risk, my chance of winning in the long term will be there. Maximizing the making profit and reduce the loss, which is the two rules that we all know about in investing and trading. Let the profit run, cut the loss short. And in fact, the casinos apply the same two rules, but they do it this way. The casino says, let the profit, cut the profit short, let the loss run to their clients. Why China? China is huge. Do you know what is the biggest country in the world? Russia. 11% of the total world land area. The second is not China, but Arctic, close to 10%. And I think China ranks number 3 or 4, 6%, 6.8, 6.9, I can't remember. And then followed by US and Canada. So China is huge, with 80% of population. Historically, China started off like this, eventually grow, and eventually become this during the Qing dynasty. That's Mongolia. Then close to the end of the Qing dynasty, Mongolia become independent. And nowadays, that's China today, with Xinjiang, Tibet, Yunnan, and the Inner Mongolia. And the distribution of people and wealth in China, we can draw a line like this. Then to the west, we call it basically uninhabited, but a lot of resources. To the left-hand side or to the east, far more city clusters, more population, more economic behavior, more GDP production. Look at the comparison. Chongqing, 30 million people. Shanghai, 24, Beijing, 21, and New York, 8 only. So you can imagine all the city clusters in China can actually become combination of certain countries in outside of China. Excuse me. China cities with more than 1 million, 102. US has only 10. This is the Pearl River Delta Metropolitan Region. They call it 大专区, and I believe you could be part of the future. And if you look carefully, you will talk about the Guangzhou has the population as if it is the size of London, okay, and so on and so forth. It's simply huge. Again, for your reference, and go back. This is the largest train station they just completed in Guangzhou. And Hong Kong, during 1993, Hong Kong is responsible for 25% of China's GDP, 1993. 2018, China's weight reduced to 3% only, a lot less important. This talking about all the key geographic elements, huge mountains, all kinds of things you see everywhere in the world China has. And Henry Kissinger, in his book on China, he made two differentiations between the West culture in general. West meaning America and Europe, because US come from the European culture. And their culture is called missionary, very religious. It means that United States has an obligation to spread its values to every part of the world. Mine is the best. Democracy and a multi-party voting system. You should follow me. China says, okay, I'm the biggest, but I don't care. As long as you come and kowtow or you pay tribute to me, that is fine. I'll give you a lot of presents to go back home. As long as you come and kowtow regularly to pay tribute, I don't care how you manage your own company. So missionary and this tributary, the difference in the one way is this. We can call it black and white, yes and no. And this one, well, maybe. A lot of gray areas again. Okay, very interesting. During the Ming Dynasty, China sent a fleet out. They went as far as Africa. In history, there has been no trace of colonizing those countries from China. And the next thing is this. China builds the wall to avoid invaders. China is not interested to invade and conquer. Gray areas, I can afford, I tolerate. As long as you don't come and invade me, I won't go back and defend. But this one, I am the only God, black and white. You can only choose me. If not, I will kill you. Look at the number of wars US started during their 200 years of history. And today they call the Westphalian state system, which is a treaty, Peace of Westphalia, a place, I think it's in Germany, and it signed it in 1648, ended the 30-year war in Europe. The importance of treaty is such that it's a doctrine that everybody believes and become the UN Charter. It says, nothing should authorize intervention in matters essentially within the domestic jurisdiction of any state. Dictatorship, killing their own people, nobody can intervene. That's the worst situation. Then everybody followed that until maybe in the early 1960s, after the Cold War, the US and the Europe add something to this rule by saying that, yes, other countries can intervene if there's a human rights issue, human rights abuses, other people can intervene. And that's why whenever the US want to intervene in China, it's always human rights. Tibet, Xinjiang, good example. Now I will leave this for you to read. Basically, China used the gray area. You come and kowtow, that's fine. I don't care how you manage your country. As long as you come and kowtow, you never invade me. I don't care. This is the history of China in terms of different dynasties. And since century number 1 to century 17, China has been on top of the world. Now notice, the English version of the name is not Hanyu Pinyin. It is the Taiwanese Pinyin that they use. Okay. So basically, this is something written in a book by this guy, Angus Madison. Talk about the history of the world, century 1 until today. So the lines are not equally distributed, say 1 to 1,000 years, and then 500, 600,000, and so on and so forth. Historically, China and India, actually, that is India, has been the major contributor to the world GDP. Then, sometimes after the 1820s, the Europeans come in, and China called it the Opium War, and the British called it the Anglo-Chinese War. Of course, they don't like to use the word opium. You know what happened. And that caused the Chinese, say, start of century of humiliation. Then the communist China took over 1949, 1950. Life goes on and on. Then by 1978, Deng Xiaoping developed something in China by adopting the capitalism. But they say, no, we are not converting into capitalism. We are taking the good things and combine with our Chinese system, and we call it socialism with Chinese characteristics. Then you move on, and seems to work. Then people begin to say, hey, the second rise of China. Will it happen? Don't know. Because historically until today, China is here, US is still on top. There is still a small gap. Will China go up? We don't know. That is the actual numbers from the book. And let's look at the world GDP today. That is, well, I don't care. Never mind. Number 1, US. Number 2, China. Number 3, Japan. Number 4, Germany. And then number 5, UK. Then this one shows the top 10. Number 10 is Canada. Okay? No need to remember. It's just roughly an idea. Try to leave your mind clear for more important information that comes. The world GDP. Now, don't be fooled. The blue line is measured against the index on the left-hand side. So US GDP, 21 trillion. So US GDP 21. But Chinese GDP 14.4. See here, 14.4. So absolutely, the China GDP is way below. However, there's something called the PPP calculation, which means for the 14 trillion that the Chinese have, and because they spend internally in China to buy the McDonald's, to buy this and buy that, however, their buying power as if they have 27 trillion and spend in the US. Confusing? Never mind. This will give you the right result. I'm sure you know about the Big Mac index because McDonald's is very popular in many, many countries. And of course, they price it based on the country condition. At one time, in the US, the Big Mac costs you $5 US. In China, it costs you 20 RMB. But then, translate into $3 US based on the exchange rate at the time. That means you can buy cheaper. Therefore, if I have a $100 US, I can only spend as $100 US. But the $100 US I have in China, my spending power is that I have 166 in China. That is the purchasing power parity. Very, very simply. If you want to go into details and see the actual things, here are the things. Don't let me to go through that. Keep it aside in case you're interested. And somebody used the US share of power, global GDP adjust for PPP. I'm not interested in PPP or not. I'm trying to look, because they're using the same measurement, it seems to point to the direction that whatever GDP numbers they use, US is generally on the decline, but not very sharp. That is one message. Again, this is general for information. China is a cultural country, and Chinese believe the emperor is actually appointed by the heaven because the guy has the mandate of the heaven. That's the reason why the guy can be the emperor. And the Confucianism says that officers must be loyal to the emperor. The son must be loyal to the father unconditionally. So these are the main drivers to develop the behavior of the dynasties again and again in history. But the dynasties change because when more and more people cannot make a living, revolution will come about. Then the new guy with the mandate will become the new emperor, and the cycle goes on and on. Okay, that I already talked about that in January. Let's move on. Basically, China is a non-invasive country. During the Great War, the Zheng He trip to the West, and China prefers win-win and not win-lose. Belt and Road Initiative comes about because of the win-win expectation. And China talk about community of shared future of mandate, of mankind. And China hopes to get this into UN as part of the mandate, but it has not yet been accepted. Politically, we understand why. Belt and Road, the Zhenhe route, there are 3,000 Belt and Road projects. In terms of the combined value of 4 trillion US dollars and involving more than 2,600 countries in all these different countries. Now this is the graph. The blue indicates the total project value for the different countries, that is Russia. And the black is the number of projects for different countries. So it's obviously Russia has the highest value, but not as many projects, slightly over 150, and then something below 200 in Egypt. Egypt has the highest. Okay, so then they plot a curve. So there's quite a lot of countries, mainly developing or emerging countries, are willing to participate in the Belt and Road. Malaysia is number 3 in terms of project values, but not as many, close to 100. Now let's look at the Chinese technology. This is a clock, a water clock, that will run using the water energy and produce a lot of data to show you. And it was done in Chinese, the PA7, which is about 11th century. And that is a replica of the same clock. And here, these are the movement. Our clocks use hands to move. The second hand, the minute hand, and the hour hand. But they produce figures showing numbers, and they move a lot. So you're looking at the number, the figure that appearing right at the center, together with the number to tell the time. A very sophisticated system. Therefore, Chinese technology is not that bad, but it's not that visible, not quite aware. The conclusion, I would say, China is huge. With such a population, and whatever they decide to move in the future, we need to pay attention. Population of the world, China, the largest. %. In fact, nowadays, that was a few years ago, India was close, but I believe India is actually more populated than Chinese. However, their economic development is still coming up, but not as strong as China. And the combined population of these countries, the some European countries, is still not as big as China. What does that mean? The growing middle class in China leads to a huge market that nobody can ignore. That's why a lot of US companies refuse to move back to China, to US. However, they do move part of their very low-end manufacturing to Vietnam based on cost, because China is no more cheap in terms of this very low-end labor activities. China's always want to move into high-tech, high-skill labor activities. But the market is so huge, nobody can ignore. And I have a very long-term view. I believe 30 years, China will still be up or stay up. The only issue is this: the transparency I have to overcome to find ways to get the right information for my investment decisions. However, I will simply blindly buy some using 4D. But those that I bought are the components from the Asia funds. There are quite a few Asia funds appearing. So I go inside. For example, if Asia appears in all of these Asia funds, the 4D that I buy in, the chance of losing will certainly be reduced. And because of 4D, you never know. Look at the Google, look at the Apple. If I were the early investors and keep holding on it, that 4D purchase will become, could be multi-million return. Okay? So I use the Asia fund to make up for my lack of transparency in my evaluation and identification. Here is the China market, and this is the Hong Kong market. You notice the two bars seems to show the same maximum, but the reality is this: the actual market size in China will be much bigger than the market size in Hong Kong. For comparison purpose, they only use the percentage of different participants in the different markets. The blue, retails. The light orange, institution. Meaning that greed and fear would be the basic driver that caused a very high volatility in the China market. And because of this thing, they find out, they call it a greater risk thing, and this gives you more room to generate more alpha. So you can play the game in the market to take advantage of it and to benefit. That is alpha. And there is a website that you can go to, ACGA, Asia.org. They produce two documents, one in English, one in Chinese, talking about the evolution of corporate governance in China, how they move from not so mature to getting more and more matured. Life is always like this. There is always a learning curve. And China, no way, has the kind of maturity in terms of a capitalism system than what already happened in the US and in Europe. So you can go and download and take a look. But that was history, may not reflect the reality. The other thing I look at too is this, is the foreign currency. Call it the reserve currency lifespan. Back in the 15th century, Portuguese is on top, followed by Spain, Dutch, French, British, and then America. And their lifespan as the top guy, on average, 94 years. And until today, it's about 100 years or more for the US. Will they still continue? Possibly. I don't know. But let's look at what caused the transition. War, 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 war. Then the question will be, will there be a war before the transition? I simply hope not. I don't know. The rise and fall of the modern empire, remember the similar world GDP curve that we have seen? We just simply show Russia, China, British, and US. One important element is this: the India part is already taken away. Then we look historically, China has been all the way on the decline. When British was on top, China was like this. The US is on the way up. When a cut-off point come about, in terms of the percentage of GDP, suddenly, when the US overtake the British, they develop into the world power to replace British, historically. So historically behavior, will it repeat again? I don't know. China can go like this without even moving up. USS also can go out like this. So the change hand of the top guy may not even happen. Let's wait and see. In terms of a global reserve currency, US has been the majority, 64%. At the time when they produced the chart, you don't even see China, 1916. But later we find out, close to the end of 2016, China is 1.1% in terms of the global reserve makeup. Some people accept it, but a very small percentage. Then in 2019, US is still the majority. Europe still the second majority. That was the reason why the Europe formed the community and then formed also the currency group, which British is not part of the currency group, only the EU. And that's why US pound is part of the reserve currency component. Then Chinese component increased to 1.95% from 1.1. Relatively, is almost double. 2 or 3 years. The growth rate is important. Therefore, will China be the world reserve provider in the long term? Again, the gray area answer come about. Yes and no. My answer is yes. But when? This is a chart on, they call it the number of transactions on different groups of market in the world, Q2 2020, actually in the COVID-19 period. Office transactions, office building transactions, China is still the highest. Okay, and up. Others also up, 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 up. Singapore, the office transactions reduced. The reduction is slightly that the asking price is still very high, negatively and nobody wants to buy. You have seller but no buyer. So with seller no buyer, that is the reason of the 15% lower transactions. And then, wow, for the rental places, we go even lower, 91%. And then you notice, interesting, office buildings, Hong Kong SSR dropped 95%, but the retail goes up 27%. Why? Does it mean that people are willing to pay more? I don't think so. I think there are two possibilities. The holder of the unit, they bought it in the past. And because Chinese property go very fast for a very long time, therefore they already achieved a huge return comparing with the investment they make. So maybe it's time they even can sell at a lower price than the market value and to make money. Therefore, other people may say, hey, it's low, I can buy, and hopefully I can make money in the future. That's one factor. The other factor, and I think it's the key, because these investors, they leverage a lot by using the bank's fund. But when the rental income reduces, they may not be able to sustain the monthly payment because of the leverage. They may be forced to sell maybe at a very low price. Therefore, the high rate of transaction. Is it true? I don't know. Then look at the generally in terms of main region, Americas. At the end, recently, the deal count number of transactions per week dropped significantly. The mid-Asia, Africa, and EU dropped not as big, and then Asia Pacific, not as big. Generally, it's declining, but we look at the rate. US has suffered the most in this. We are looking at the rate alone, and because the property market is a very important component in the economy. So we can use it as a reference to assess the stock market. Maybe in the US, should I expect the stock market to drop for relatively the same rate to a certain level before I call it the right market value at that time? I don't know. Why China is an emerging market? Is it so many Chinese people go around as a tourism? One simple sign as an indicator is this. The country, let me go back to that page. The countries who has a lot of Chinese, you will notice the shops where they sell products to the tourists, they will have billboard with Chinese descriptions. They will employ employees who speak Chinese. That's a sign. And we all see, because of the developed countries like Singapore, we do not require the brand name to support, to give us a good image. It becomes less important. I don't need a Rolex. I don't need a Chanel. I don't need Louis Vuitton. Because those age is already there. I am who I am. But in China, people are still in the stage of moving up. The confidence level needs certain support to make sure they feel good and comfortable. Then looking all the blending companies in France, they all establish shops in China does it give us an impression, well, Chinese are the people who can afford, they should be developed country and not emerging market, right? Well, let's take a look. Emerging market requires certain definitions. No need to remember, just keep it as a reference point. And MSD, like Morgan Stanley, MSCI is a good way to see the change of wind. First of all, they start putting China Asia into the indexes, and they begin to improve the weightage of the China index and begin to build different Asia funds from different components. The first thing, China is part of the emerging market index. So China is still in the emerging market. And look at the GDP growth for the different countries. All emerging. The highest, India. Second, Philippines. Third, China, and so on. What does it really mean? Let's take a look at US. In the same period, 2.3. With the comparison, these numbers becomes significant. And in the MSCI, the country weightage in MSCI is very high, 40%. Again, with the 40% high weightage, the story tells me the world has a higher confidence. That means that if anything in China goes flop totally, they may still be able to survive. Now look at the wealth demography. Let's take a look at China. China, the spending power, that is it. Red one is the daily spending is less than $2. In China, it's also very low. A lot daily spending power is up to $10, and then the lightly blue one is up to $20, and then the one on top, the green one, is up to 50 or higher. I should go back and show you this. If you, in this chart, you look at the Taiwan. Taiwan has the orders more than 50, more than 20, and more than 30, composed the real majority part, almost 99%. People who can afford to spend $10 and $2 becomes almost insignificant for Taiwan. And China, still not there yet. It's still in the up to $10 bracket majority. Look at the US. Again, interesting enough, the income gap in US seems to be bigger than in Taiwan, because you look at the red and orange sector, that is a bigger part in terms of percentage than in Taiwan. The income gap is growing. When will be the cutoff point that the US will collect? I don't know. Then look at the Chinese population, the top 400 million. The second, moving to the top, 100 million. The bottom, 900 million. And the per capita income for Chinese is 11,000 US per adult GDP, so 13,000 USD. The income inequality is increasing in China. The richest 1% owns 30% of the total household wealth. The poorest 25% owns less than 2% of the total household wealth. Income gap becomes a problem, and China should think about it carefully. So therefore, the big spender is only relatively less than a third of the total. And the bottom majority is there, and that one is still flying up. This becomes the determining factor why China is still in the emerging market. But the perception we have is look at how these rich people spend money and feel that they shouldn't be in yen. There's a Gini coefficient to look at it. The higher the number, the greater the income inequality. And the number only between 0 and 1. That means 1 has the highest inequality and 0 is perfect equal. In the early days of communist China, they were, because everybody is equally poor. This is the Gini coefficient get from CEIC and look from 2003 all the way. So it has been growing and then reducing. The best is 2015 and then start go up again. That is one measure. Specifically look at this year, I find analytic data from World Bank. This is something like 0.48, but this is 0.38. There's some difference because they use different factors to do their calculation. So I don't look at the absolute number, I look at the relative numbers to see. So if the curve from the World Bank is similar, then I would say, okay, China is going to see some problem if the trend continues to move up. Why China is the future? Predictions are hard, correct? But all those things I mentioned, they are actually different major trends that I feel I can have a good sense of the direction of China. Agree? Disagree? Unfortunately, this is supposed in Chinese only and called China's Bold Future. It's all in Chinese, but don't worry. There are other books talk about similar things because I don't believe in one guy. I look at different books and actually I don't read all the books all the time. I selectively pick and choose to do certain comparison. But one thing I do, I certainly read LKY's book about him. He said in 2008, China will want to share the century as a co-equals with the US. LKY never say China will want to overtake US as the world leader. China only wants to become a peer, working with China together to help the rest of the world. So everybody prosper, get rid of poverty, and have a great life in future. Why Asia? First of all, what is Asia? Asia is called 内之国. Chinese have very good meaning, internal. Asia are the Chinese stocks that list only in Shanghai and Shenzhen. So they are called A-share. In the past, they are only for domestic retail traders or even institutions. When the early days that there's no institutions, it's the government control, okay? And the market is restricted because of currency control and many other rules. China don't want to see people to come in and screw them up again, like what they had experienced in the past 100 years. Because of the fear, they have to be very, very cautious, and they need time for them to build up the confidence and move slowly to open up, to eventually to become the same as the market in the world. So in 2003, China allows the foreign institutions to participate in the QFII program. So they are able to come in and buy A-share directly, but there's a cap of the amount they can buy and sell. That is in US dollars. Later, there is another one called RQFII program, which allows each renminbi, which is meant by the R before the QFII. So again, it's a moving stage, slowly, slowly. The China need to build up the confidence, and they not only develop the program, they also increase the quota from time to time. And for the retail traders, they allow the Stock Connect. Nowadays, we have the Shanghai Connect, Shenzhen Connect. The London Shanghai Connect was agreed upon and put into action by the end of 2019. Somehow, sometime in 2020, early part of the 2020, they stopped it. What was the reason? I don't know. I'm going to find that out. Maybe that will be part of my PA8. So if you want to invest as a retail trader in Singapore, what do? There are brokers who can handle the Stock Connect on your behalf at a fee. Let's talk about Philip Securities, DBS Vickers, Maybank, Kimang, and then CIMB. Go to their website and you will find out. And then there's another one from the Saxo, UB, K-Hian, and Philip Security. Talk about their commission and their minimum commission price. Again, I get this from the site called Financial Horse on the 2nd of February this year. Now it's already a few months later. You need to go in to update. Things change all the time. A short summary on different kinds of A shares and how we assess them. Obviously, A share is the one. In the past, before the Stock Connect, the second is the H share, and then the US ADR. The US, they don't call it share, they call it ADR. And then in China, they have the red chip and the blue chip. Because the volume is very small, I don't want to focus my energy on them because I need to focus more on the onshore thing because this gives me the largest opportunity. Only when I'm very comfortable to it, and then I can make money in and out without even thinking, then I may look at the red sheet to see if I can get some more green. So just look at H, and US ADR. The onshore A and then offshore H and ADR. Okay, these are what we need to do. The H and ADR gives a higher security because they do a lot of the filtering. So the transparent issue becomes not as critical. And I can buy as if I'm buying on one. But they have only limited shares to say, and my opportunity will be certainly much higher if I have access to A shares. Where to get into these shares? A go to Shenzhen and Shanghai. H go to Hong Kong. ADR go to the US. And this is the investment flow. I think it's based on Stock Connect. If I'm could be it talks 2014 because that's beginning of the Shanghai Stock Connect. 2016 is the beginning of the Shenzhen Stock Connect. So flat, and then suddenly, see, people also need time to feel comfortable and willing to play bigger and bigger. It's a learning curve issue. So you see, it takes a long time until 2017. Then you can start to go up. Again, pardon me, I just talk about the key elements and forget about the rest. MSCI 2018, they added 236 A shares to China index with value. That means that the weightage is only 5%, meaning that anything goes wrong, if all of them goes wrong, the effect on this China index in MSCI is only 5%, quite insignificant. Then in 2019, they increased the weightage from 5% to 20%. And further increase will come about. Remember, I looked at the different trends, and this part of the trend for me to look forward into China. Again, this is the chart I get showing the different changes. To some comparison. I think we need to look at this one is important. I only find this out earlier. If I get this, so a few of early slides I may not even use it. I keep it because I have it already to form as offline reading only in case you want to go into more details. That's the only reason I have it there. We have a timeline. The Shanghai Connect, the Shenzhen Connect, the MSCI China A inclusion, and 5% increase, 20%, and so on and so forth. So they are getting higher and higher. And you have seen the chart that the China proportion, the Asia proportion is actually getting bigger every year. That is for the future. I think today is 20%. Here you talk about 26% and 30% and 23%. So this is another trend that I'm looking at. Why Asia? Asia in China has a $7 trillion US capitalization. The largest is still in the US, 32 trillion. China, 9 trillion combined, Asia and other offshores. the H share and the ADRs in the US add together. Look at the 6.8 number. Is it worth our effort to find? I'm sure, spend some time. We'll certainly find some of you jewel. And if you can pick up because of the alpha, we'll make a significant, fantastic income. The composition of the A share. The majority, the biggest part, more than 2,900 are small caps. Small caps defined by the market cap of the company is less than 2 billion US dollars. Okay, the majority. 10 billion, only 600. And then greater than 10 billion, only 125. And I believe these are the SOEs. Investing in SOE probably has a very low fixed factor, but the growth rate will be very, very uninteresting. I'll talk about that, why. Again, another slide from Schroeder. Slightly different from the other one I showed you in the blue and orange color. That one has 86%, but this one has 82%. Two different sources, minor discrepancies, so generally the data can be trusted. See, that's the one. How to break down by sector? These are the industries. And so to say, if you have the industry that fit into this element, focus in there. Again, I hope you allow me, because you need to go in individually and then figure out what specific industry or specific companies in the industry to look into. And that's what it is. I don't think we need to go in details at this stage. And my focus will be on the consumer market. But there are two distinct consumer markets we need to consider. One is what we call the consumer services, and the other is a consumer staple. At 2001, during the COVID area, consumer staple goes up, consumer services come down, because these are the must-have, the rights we have to buy even if you have no money. You still need to find ways to buy. Consumer services is this: should I buy the multi? Of course I don't want. So that's why this goes up, this comes down. That means in good times, the consumer service growth rate would likely be higher and better. Consumer stable growth will be higher and better in bad times. Stock Connect projection. See, that is the same curve I have from the different sources. Very, very close. They do have a detailed information in the early days until this time. Then they do benchmark, particularly at these 2 points. Therefore, they can only connect as a straight line because they don't go into the detail up and downs to reflect. Is that important? Maybe, maybe not. But genetically in this, what I'm trying to see is this: okay, Stock Connect is getting more and more important for an outside investor. And this is again something I have in the past. It is from MSCI. They try to figure out by saying this. Okay, what they are trying to say is this. Sorry, I go too fast. It shows the medium active manager was able to outperform the respective MSCI charts on the left. What are the medium active managers? What they do? How they play the market? That is something you need to go into Google and search to find. Here I only said, MSCI says these people make tons of money instead of what they have on their charts. Because charts have a certain rules to define and they have to follow by minimizing the risk. And I want to look at the components in the different sectors. I'm focusing on consumer discretion and consumer staple. The two add together, quite a big sector in the MSCI China, very small in the MSCI. I think that's an emerging market. Very small proportion in Hang Seng. Hang Seng is focused more on the financials. Then the China EXT, small. Shenzhen, maybe sufficient. And Shanghai, also small. Okay, having an idea that will help me to use these different indexes or ETFs for me to pick my choices. Different stock market in China, the stock contents are different. Okay, Shanghai, mainly large state-owned, called SOE, state-owned enterprises. And most investors are pension funds. Pension funds, their focus is more on minimum risk. Not very high growth is okay, but the growth has to be bigger than the index. That is the link to the Shanghai Stock Exchange. And whereas Shenzhen, smaller, more entrepreneurial companies, private owners, and they are more innovative and more profitable than SOE. The key part is the profitability. Why the SOE are not as profitable? There is a reason. And the tech companies usually list in Shenzhen, so forming a similarity to the Nasdaq of the US. Hong Kong Exchange focus more on finance. And these are the component lists that you can get from Shanghai and from Shenzhen. Give me 10 more minutes and then we go for a break. Pardon me. Many companies are listed both in Shenzhen and Hong Kong, dual listing. But the thing is this, the stock price are often substantially cheaper in Hong Kong than in Shenzhen. The difference between the A share and the Asia share, the same company. And the Hong Kong is significantly lower. You can buy Ping An in Hong Kong or in China, but they say the price can be 20% or 5 to 20% lower. In fact, my friend runs a company and retired CEO with a financial background. When I asked him why the same company, but the price in Hong Kong is lower, he was not too sure, but he did mention this. The composition of the A-share players is mainly retail. So the greed and fear factor becomes the major factor. Whereas in Hong Kong, institutional players will probably affect the result from the retail investors to make the price more realistic, therefore appears to be lower than if you can buy in China. So another indicator, when I go to China, the first thing, is it from the MSCI index? Yes, number one. Is it listed in X share? Yes, okay. Pick the two to see what is the difference. If none, then say, okay. Only when cannot find the other one, then I will probably come back to look at it. Okay. The size and scale of China's domestic marketplace has become one of the nation's greatest economic achievements because of the middle class explosion plus the digital transformation. And at the end of the day, the companies I picked, some are listed, some will probably list later. I'll give you the reason why. And I focus these companies, I call it the AI companies. I doubt that if anyone invests in AI companies in China today. I'm not sure. Maybe you are. If you do, congratulations. There is money to be made in investing in China, but the opening of China from a very heavily regulated domestic company to allow the floor to become open like the foreign countries, there is a learning curve, both for China as a company and the investors, be it institutional or retail, to understand how the China actually behave. That's the learning curve issue. So we need to hold a right balance in there. So improve the accessibility, give chance for the international investors to start paying more attention. For international investors in general, China's stocks are likely to represent an increasing share of their stock allocation in the future. And I think it is moving in that direction. MSCI components 5% to 20%. Okay. Therefore, the general statement is this. Investing in China, the goal is to look for long-term strategic holding. Meaning, try not to play trading, not yet. The worst performance in the past is a good time because can it get any worse off? Then why MCI come in when the China market is not really performing? I'm sure they have a reason. And not only MSCI, there are other fund houses to bring in the Asia funds. And the comment is this. China's Asia worst performing in the 2018 are most investable in 2019 by the fund house. This is the link. It's JP Morgan. Let's do the summary and then call it a break for lunchtime. Would that be all right? So with the whole morning being gone, with all the reasons I gave you subtly, I never say black and white, I never say yes or no. I look into a lot of the gray areas. Would the gray areas becoming clearer that you can consider investing into the China market? What do you think? Let's take a break for our lunch. Will you? Dr. T, what time should we come back, please?
Okay, you decide based on the pace so far. Right now, you think
I'm comfortable.
you decide.
I'm comfortable. So shall we have a 1 hour?
Okay, so we come back 1:15. Okay, you can type 115.
I use 1315. I prefer the 24-hour clock.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay, in that case, yeah, we'll come back again. Thank you.
Yeah,
Okay, have a good rest. Huh? Right.
take a rest. Maybe the stuff is too heavy in the morning.
Yeah, go ahead. Okay. Yeah, the rest, please go for your break. We'll come back, again, huh? Recording. Okay. All right. Welcome back from lunch. So James, back to you.
Okay, I've been scanning through the chat and I noticed I found two very interesting questions and I'd like to talk about it here. One is called the arbitrage opportunity. I don't know the answer. Dr. T may help me to confirm. Let me share what I think it means. Arbitrage, you take advantage of the two different markets, the price differential for the same share. Am I right to say that?
Yeah, that's one of them. But the exact, I think usually they're used by the fund manager. Right. Yeah. So perhaps I didn't look at the details. Yeah.
Okay. However, the H shares of the company is produced in Hong Kong. The A shares is produced in China. How can you buy the shares from Hong Kong and sell it back to China? I don't know. Because you buy the H share, the only way you sell it back is through the Hong Kong exchange to whoever buyer there wants to. That is my perception, and I may be wrong. Huh? So that is the reason. I don't know why someone should think of the arbitrage issue. I don't think there is none.
Usually for H share and the A share, there'll be price differences. This due to the natural market responses. For example, even Tianjin Zhongxin in Singapore versus in this Shanghai, we don't look at just price itself, just look at relative percentage changes. There could be some differences. So it's not exact unless, for example, like this, like Alibaba, right, in the US versus in Hong Kong, then that will be very close. You can use the tradingview.com to compare the two stock, right? That allow you to track the movement. Okay, James, back to you again. Right. Okay. Okay. So wait for James to come back in a short while. Okay, James, back to you. All right.
Okay, the second question is this. Since H share is cheaper, why buy A share? This is a black and white question, looking for black and white answer. When I talk about the A share, I'm talking about 3,000 shares in China. A few may appear in the H market, Hong Kong, but not all of them are there. Because of that, it gives me the reason to look into China. Do you get the message? But then, when the share is listed both in China and Hong Kong, when the share price is cheaper, should you buy? The answer is yes and no. Yes, if the conditions in China and Hong Kong and your position is identical. No, if you have other reasons that you think it's better to buy the A share than to buy the H share. Possibly. I have no example yet, but I can find some later. See, I always believe in understanding the gray area and try not to go to black and white and expect a simple answer. If it is that simple, everybody will be rich. I hope I answered the question. Let's move on. I'm talking about the COVID-19 effect. How does it affecting the China Asia? That is a chart from FTSE, Financial Times. It says, world academics and global stock market performance. The worst in this chart appears to be Brazil. The least worst is China. And it's called the least bad according to the heading of the slide. So that means generally the China market is least injured as a result of the COVID-19. What about US? I don't know. I don't have the answer. I don't have time to go and figure that out. I happen to find this, then just put it in. Then you look at the historical epidemic events and look at the market. Generally, you may find the market is not affected or has no correlationship with the epidemics. But COVID-19 has one significant difference comparing with any other epidemics. What is this? The answer is social distancing. Social distancing affects some consumer discretionary business like restaurants. People can't go out to eat. And whereas in other epidemics, social distancing does not seem to be required. So far, epidemics has no correlation with the market. But we don't know whether the social distancing becomes the driver to affect the market now. Uncertainty, when will it end? They track the historical performance. Things go high, and then come down. Then I think this is the projection without any data. So probably it will hover, probably it may come up, probably it will go down. And a lot of people talking about the winter can be the danger season again. What will happen? Anybody's guess. The uncertainty because of the COVID-19 and the effect on the economy. January 2020, global real GDP growth is 3.3. By April, when COVID-19 happens, then suddenly the global GDP growth dropped 3% and dropped 4.9% in June. Why? I suspect the quick answer is the social distancing. Because it caused a lot of lockdown that contains the virus, saves lives, but also triggers recession. When will it end? Don't know. These are the commodity price, the food price or consumer staple price. And this is the consumer discretionary price. This drops, this goes up, this goes away. Simple. There's uncertainty. So the demand for commodity may be on hold when the countries are still consuming their reserves. So nobody knows what will the price when the demand comes back again. But in terms of food, the must-buy things, the price tends to go up. But the luxury things or services like tourism, etc., they tend to go down. That is the trend. What does it tell us? What does that mean? Consumers may change spending behavior to minimize social interaction, to avoid getting infected. And because of that, somebody may even have to worry, will I lose my job? So the uncertainty about the future, together with the social distancing, will tend to drive people to spend only on the necessities and not on everything else. And the China, during the early exit from the lockdowns, and they find out the recovery of the service sector lacks the manufacturing. And the sectors include hospitality and travel. I think that is understandable. Manufacturing has to produce. So only when government say, no, you can start going back to manufacture, they will not hesitate to bring people in and do that. But when the restaurant says, I'm going to open, people may still feel hesitant to go and eat out and take some time to become less risk-averse and be willing. So that's a time lag. Look at the growth projection from the World Economic Forum. China, India, and ASEAN, the projection for 2021, China 8.2, India 6, ASEAN 6.2. And performance in 2020 is very bad. China was lucky to get 1, India minus, ASEAN minus. US 2020 minus 8, 2021 4.5 up. That means the recovery rate in the ASEAN is better than the rest of the world. To me, that is a kind of mega trend that I'm looking for into my gray area instead of finding answer from the black and white in the market. Consumer discretionary and consumer stable. In very simple terms, consumer stable stocks tend to be stable, while discretionary stocks tend to be more volatile. Because during crisis, staples fell less than the discretionary. People may become poor. They may eat less, unfortunately, but they still have to eat. So probably when people buy less, but they still have to buy, so the staples fell not significantly. But the discretionary are things that we can do away with, we don't need. Do I need to buy a Rolex? Obviously not necessary at this time. Therefore, we need to understand this. Stable stocks outperform discretionary stock during the financial crisis. As economy improved, consumer discretionary started to outperform staples. This is another mega trend. That means if I want to invest in the consumer product, should I go to discretionary? I look at it. Is it a bull market or is it a recessionary market? recessionary market, should I invest in consumer discretionary? You know the answer. Social distancing also caused behavior change. Home office and online shopping. A lot of companies move into home office mode because of social distancing. So because are forced into the situation, then the experience the companies gain, they may look at it and say, maybe home office for my business is much better than getting people to come to office and work every day. Why not? I just don't rent the whole office space and let all of my people work at home and try to use the internet to manage. Is it possible? With certain industry, obviously it's possible. But in the past, people were not forced into the situation, so they can never even test it out. Then the next thing is online shopping. My wife still go to market from time to time, and my daughter scold her. No lah, I can shop online and they will deliver. Why you want to get to the market and you may get infected? So involuntarily, we may be driven into online shopping situation. So these two, the home office and online shopping, would become a driver for both the companies and us as individuals to review our behavior. And I believe certain online shopping, certain real life shopping retail shops will still exist, particularly like when you want to buy a clothes, you want to test it out. Does it fit you? You won't have the feel of the material. Does it feel comfortable? So that becomes less likely that you will want to buy simply by online. But other things, a lot of them can. So with all this, the future business and our behavior will be modified to a certain extent to cater for the post-COVID-19 world. And obviously, IT support. If the home office and online shopping thing become more and more popular, IT support will become higher in demand. So that is an area we can look into to build into our portfolio. Again, look at the office and the retail deal volume changes as a reminder. Then we look at the artificial intelligence, particularly after the COVID-19. What is AI? We need a definition. This is the guy who provides the answer. A machine becomes increasingly capable. Tasks considered to require intelligence are often removed from the definition of AI. What it's saying is this: since we can handle certain intelligence activities, now it's already there, then we will not classify those activities as AI. So the definition becomes AI is whatever hasn't been done yet. Now, what could have been defined as AI but is not declassed because of this definition? voice recognition, OCR, optical character recognition. In particular, optical character recognition is already pretty standard and normal. That is why they don't call it AI anymore. So understanding the definition, then we can look forward and try to find where the future AIs will come from. Chess playing. I think IBM designed a computer chess player, and it outwins the top chess player in the world. The Mars Blue or something like that, I can't remember. Autonomous operating cars in the future, that means autopilots, self-driving cars. Then the intelligent routing in content delivery. If you use Google, you know, Google will track your behavior, what kind of information you tend to search more. Then Google will use the intelligent routing to provide the things that you search more and to give you as the answer when you search in the future. Military simulations to see whether can you win the war. I don't know about that, so I have no comment. And robot is a result of AI. Once it becomes a routine thing, you won't call the robot AI. Now, I want to tell an ugly story about the China market. Don't immediately jump into conclusion and say it must happen in China. No, 100% occurred in the United States. Brokers, fund managers in the United States. Retail investors in the United States. So don't say China is only guys who do bad things. That is a movie called The China Hustle. IMDb, I'm sure you know about it. I'm sure you can search and find the movie, and I believe YouTube has it. And I went and checked, it was there, but I did not check recently. What it's talk about is a 2018 documentary. Talk about the fraud in the States. They pick some small, nondescript Chinese companies and hide up and sold by American investment banks to US-based investors. An event occurred in the US. They do that because by selling the instruments, they get a commission. And by selling the instruments, they don't carry the risk. The risk gets transferred to the buyer of the instrument. However, they pay commissions without risk. That's why they do it. So they are selling these so-called opportunities to the naive Americans who thinks, oh, we need to participate in the China growth story. We need to buy the China instruments. Surely I will make money. I see what I want to see. So a guy posts an article in Forbes talking about his view. And you can go in and check it out. I share some in here. If you have equity instruments that lost value, or you have lost a portion of your pension, there is a chance This picture, the China hustle, explains part of the reason why he is talking to the American investors. Okay, for your own reading, and I need to move on. I don't want to confuse you with all this actually not that important. So, knowing that there are crooks all over the world, does it mean, even in the United States, we should stay away from the market? The answer is no. But you have to do a due diligence to understand before you invest. I have a saying, risk is what you do and you do not understand. Once you understand what you are doing, the risk will certainly be reduced, but never eliminated. That is why you may still incur losses in the market. So another mega trend, more Asia funds in the US market. Since the big boys have the muscle to investigate deep into the Asian market, comparing with a retail investor like me. So why should I not capitalize on them and look at the holdings they have as my starting point to prepare my own investment portfolio? These are the big players. Again, I don't think you will remember throughout today. Just keep it in the notes as a side issue that you can come back and check it out. What are the downsides of Asia other than the crook that happens in the US? Now, what I'm saying is this. What happened in the US does not mean it won't happen in China. Maybe people are not that sophisticated to do it in China yet. So we have to be always on the watch. Before I go into it, I have to understand what the buy side versus the sell side. The reason I do this is because I am very new. I don't understand what the sell side is and what the buy side is. So I have to go to the internet and find out before I can talk about the next slide. So the sell side is the investment banks who talk to the corporations. And then together, they package financial instruments, and then they say, hey, these are the good things, and sell to the fund managers and the institutions in bulk. How many retail buyers can spend millions or billions of dollars to buy those things? Not that many. So institutions further slice the financial instruments into very small pieces of biscuits that everybody can easily swallow. Who are the people who can swallow the biscuits? Smaller institutions, big, rich individual investors, or any retail investors, they become the buyers. So the sell side is very important because they talk to the corporation, they understand their business, they're able to package the instruments, and they say, if you buy that, these are the benefits that you will get. Probably they won't say, these are the downside you should not buy. Their purpose is to sell. The pros and cons of China says this. The more balanced sector composition means there will be many more small and mid-sized companies comparing with the stock connect available in Hong Kong. That means opportunity going into China, the Asia inside the country. I have a lot more choices to make, which gives me a lot more opportunity than focusing only on the small number of shares listed in Hong Kong. Hey, I'm not saying that you focus only on each share alone does not make you money. People can do that. Why should I spend so much time to study 3,000 shares before I pick my own portfolio and then build my A-share? If I want more money, each share is good enough. It's absolutely possible. But then, why you want to go into Asia, you have to look into what are the other opportunities that the Hong Kong market cannot provide. And with the less institutional nature of the Asia market, he says the sell-side research may not be very well developed, meaning they may not have enough information. If they are ethical institutions, they may not even have good information to alert their potential investors. Company information is more difficult to come by. And if you don't read Chinese, the problem becomes bigger. Because until now, only 20% of companies publish reports in English, mainly those in the ADR, in the H-share, and targeted at the international institutions who come to China through the QFII. And this, I call it part of the transparency issue. There's some statistic by saying that since 2012, only 43% of Asia companies have reported full-year earnings within 10% of sell-side consensus estimates. Now, if the sell-side has better assessment to the Chinese companies, their projected full-year earnings will not be only 10% right, can go up much higher. But since it's only 10% right, I would say it's more luck than skill. Whereas in the world, the sell-side consensus estimates tend to be 80% correct in the US market. See, another mega trend. So if I can look into the future to see this number, this 10% number keep increasing, and this number, okay, if this increases, that number also increases. So the key is the 10% and 70%. To me, I call it the mega trend that helped me to understand the gray area and not the black and white. Plus, the alpha, until now, is still an advantage if you really understand how to play in the China market. Okay, the key is this. The corporate governance in China is something we need time to develop sufficient confidence. Okay? government interference can affect the performance. So we have to be very careful. Why corporate governance risks by their nature can be difficult to quantify? To put this heightened risk into perspective, one research company says about 1% of global firms demonstrate similar trait to past cash flow frauds. That means only 1% of the international companies do, in nice words, creative accounting. By the way, creative accounting may not be bad. First of all, creative accounting has to take advantage of the loss given and manage your numbers without violating the law. It's not really fraud. But somehow, really smart people can take advantage of it. Even they creatively do the account within the law, they still can cause it as a fraud. Okay? Now, 1% of global companies don't doctor or cook their books. But in China, 7%, 7 times more people do that. Until today. What will it happen tomorrow? Another mega trend for me to watch. If the 7% keep reducing in time, the mega trend tells me my comfort level with China should improve. So in order to start safely, we don't go in by ourselves. We should capitalize on the strength of fund houses. Fund houses have to sell their funds. So in their selling document, they will disclose maybe the top 10 of their components. They will never tell you the balance of their holdings. But with only 10% of their components, or top 10 components, would that be good enough for me as a retail investor? I think so. So capitalize on the strength of fund houses to begin with. Actually, I say this because I bought them. To be honest, it's more than 6 months, maybe 8 months, closing to 8 months now. I download the report and keep it. I never open it. So I don't know how good they perform. But at the end of a year, I will go in and look at it. If I lose money, I lose money. If I make money, I make money. Why? Because this is the free money that I can afford to lose. At the end of the year, if they all give me some performance, I will pick the one that performed better and keep, and sell the one of lower performance, and put the fund into this one or buy another one. That's called my stock rotation. China is the second largest stock market in the world. US is 32 trillion, China 9 trillion, number 2. And China has a lot of inefficiency today that give us the opportunity. We call it alpha. And if we can take advantage of it, certainly we will benefit. But China is also learning to align with the world in playing the same game. They want to blend into the world market to become not someone unusual. This is the reason why we need to start small and spend time to look at all the mega trends in the gray areas, tell us to see clearly in the black and white performance of the market and play. So learn to understand now to be ready to act when the opportunity comes. Be prepared. And the issue with China, generally, transparency. They have a quota system. Even the stock connect, they do have a quota. But to a retail investor, the quota won't affect me because I won't be able to capitalize with such an amount to buy to reach the quota. And then the capital control, meaning that if you sell an account in China and buy the A share in China, then the money in and out of your personal account in China, you want to bring it out, you have to understand the capital control, how you can get your money out. For retailers like us, I think it will be a lot easier because to the country in China, our amount will become really peanuts. Quality of earnings is a good way to assess the books. Are they telling the truth? Again, is high reliable way, but never guarantee. If somebody can be really smart enough, produce an account that qualifies the quality of earning and still can cheat you. Personally, I would say I deserve to be cheated if they are that good. Okay, I want to keep this only for your reference because I think you talk about it a lot. So I don't want to repeat and waste your time. Just simply keep some key points in there for you to read, and then we move on. The one thing to do is this. Less than 1 is not good. So at least 1 suggests that the report may be reasonable. So when quality of earnings is 1 or above, it gives you a strong representation of your net income comparing with the earnings. What is the difference between net income and the earnings? Earnings is people promise to give you. Net income is the money you already have, is cash. So earnings is virtual. That means things can change. Okay, so the quality of earning is try to see, is your net income more in cash, very little in virtual? Is it that says it's good company? And there, somebody use some data to do the calculation. Again, no need to understand it by now. The quality of earnings that is greater than 1 does not necessarily indicate that your accountant is practicing dirty games, to quote the book. Not necessary, because the industry behavior may cause that to happen. For example, Boeing. Boeing sell airplanes. How many people bring cash to buy airplanes? Nobody. Everybody buy by credit. Boeing trusts you, and then banks provides the credit for the airline to buy the airplane. However, I do remember reading a story at least 10 years ago that Mongolia went to buy Boeing airplane. They actually carry cash in suitcases. That's the only time. That is the only time that net income for Boeing, 100%. So when Boeing, the business nature is such that, so would less than one be bad? You know the answer. Again, we don't use monolithic analysis. We must use fusion analysis to assess how reasonable is this. Therefore, I focus a lot on the reasonableness in assessing the annual reports. So the quality of earnings ratio is simply a way to evaluate how freely you have used these conventions and to allow the potential stakeholders to understand more about the investment they are considering. It's only a measure. You can then use all company must have the quality of earnings greater than 1, then you don't buy Boeing. Portfolio management. There's a chart that says the risk that you have on the horizontal line and the return you get based on the kind of portfolio you build. Simple terms, the lowest risk, fixed income, put the money in the bank and get the meager interest. The risk is relatively low, but it does not mean it's riskless. If you are holding the dollar of a country, that the country might go bankrupt, then whatever currency you have for that country will also drop to 0. However, relatively, that kind of risk is still very low. But it happened. The Wilmer time of the Germany, remember that. Okay, when the risk factor becomes very high, the return will likely be high. If it does not increase, who will want to invest? The key message on the portfolio management is this: high risk, high return. What is my personality? How should I design my portfolio such that the risk factor and the return factor is good enough for me? As simple as that. Again, great answer, never black and white. This is one of the examples that people go into more details. Again, with the link that you can go and check out more. And Dr. T, I like that very much. The football team, remember that?
Yes.
The attacker is the growth. Basically, generally, they are the startups. A lot of risk uncertainty, but if they do pull off, the growth rate will be phenomenal. So the 4D investment may allow maybe half of my such investment go bad. But if only 1/3 of the rest take off, I recover not only my loss, I already make money. Attacker. Then I need to sum as a midfield. During the growth phase, hopefully I can earn more. Then I have some based on dividend to become my income, but I don't expect too much in the growth. So a combination, how much you should keep in your portfolio? 100%? 10%? So you decide. Another gray area answer. The bottom line. It is a way to maximize the profit while minimize the risk, diversifying the risk. The different asset allocation strategies cover a wide range of investment styles, are accommodating different risk tolerance, your time frame, and what you want to achieve at the end of the goal. I start with the goal, go into the time frame, understand my risk tolerance, and define the investment I want to invest. The key is this: you must identify a strategy that is right for you. In Dr. T lingo, that matches your personality, and that is important. Again, China at the bottom. Good. 40, 40, 40. Now, systematic approach. Risk is doing things you do not understand. The guy is walking on the roof. What is the probability that the guy will fall down? I think we all know he will reach the other end 100% without falling down. Why? It is his skill. He knows what he's doing. Therefore, high risk, medium risk, and low risk. How to classify? To this gentleman, it is low risk. But to me, I've never practiced. Would that be high risk for me? You know the answer. So risk is doing things you do not understand. Investment is never pure science. It has two components. You can ignore it, but you can never avoid it. And two components is the science and the art part. The PA is trying to define the art part of the gray area to reduce the gap, to make it look more like black and white. In fact, it is not black and white. Science is actually the easiest thing. It's certainly black and white. And it's the thing that we will accept almost instantly, because all our life we are trained to learn and accept and understand science. That is the reason people learn a guru system. The system makes money for the guru. But we as a retail trainer get the science thinking that, oh, it's black and white, I go in as maximum money. You know what? You lose money. What do? Instead of going through proper steps to prove that the system will work for me and to figure out what the fine tunings you must make you feel more comfortable, to make the system become your personal and unique system. You don't. It doesn't make money. Go find another guru. Sounds familiar? Art is the dominating component. Science is easy to define, black and white. If investment can be defined black and white, Dr. T will not have any business to teach people how to invest. Because Dr. T start with the black and white part to show you, and hopefully you will understand. You go through the coaching program to convert the science into the art before you become a seasoned investment player that will be a winner consistently. Art is much harder to define, and as I say, the gray area, how to define. However, we can figure out the art by asking a lot of what if and then. So consistent winners in the market start with the knowledge, the science part. Then apply the knowledge by acting, taking actions to gain experience. You may win a little bit, you lose a lot, but that's why. Because it is adapting the system and converting into your personal system, making money is not your goal. Make sure the system will work in the long term. Having the occurrence that is predictable is the key. So once you have that, all this experience converts your knowledge plus the fine-tuning to develop into your own skill. And the skill eventually becomes your intuition. You don't have to think. You simply react and you still make money. You know why you should go in, but you may take half an hour to analyze before you know how to explain. Your intuition will run a lot faster, and that is the art. This is a systematic approach. Learn the system, gain the knowledge, start trading small. Start trading small. Why? Because it's not money-making stage. It's to convert the system, to personalize it, to make sure the system will still work. So trading small to make sure I will stay in the game no matter what. But having gone through the stage, you might lose some of your capital, but you still have the major part in there. And because you have your system, you can progressively increase the small trading, apply your own system over a long time to see, will you still able to stay in the game and make money? In the process, you still do the fine tuning. So at the end of the day, you say, that's it. That's a way to make money for me. So if FirmUp become your final system, and then you refine on the money management and risk management to further improve, to fine tune it, to further maximize your benefit. And that's it. And then you keep on going again. You notice, this is the maze that we play in life. People actually build maze. I walk inside and then go around. I may hit the dead end and then come back. Do you know how you can go in any maze, but you will guarantee you will come out consistently within a certain time. Will always be in that time. Very easy. When you go in, put your hand on the wall and never let your hand get disconnected. So that means when you go here, the hand has to stay on the wall, that you must turn that way. So even you go into that end, but eventually the other side will bring you back and then you move on. It's the best way and sure way that you will get out of the maze. And that is called topology in mathematics. Topology teaches me how to remove my underwear without removing my shirt. So there are 4 steps in terms of TTP. Find the system experience, develop confidence and edge, and then become disciplined, and you will be able to discipline. Discipline and persistence come only when you have confidence. Confidence comes only you went through sufficient experience. So action is the only way. Consistent action, and call it the 3 stages. Method hunting, focus, and then winning. Then the focus is the experience that is action. It is the connector to convert your knowledge into your skill. That is something you can never bypass. First of all, we have to be aware, what is my problem? And then we have to go through experience by way of deliberate practice to develop the confidence. Confidence comes about when your results begin to turn good. Oh, even after 10 consecutive losses, I make another 20 wins. Well, should I afraid of 10 consecutive losses? Probably you won't. You have seen it. You know. You're comfortable with it. Then you can endure. Then you become persistent. And you have the discipline. So the approach is try to go through to eventually to develop the confidence in you, in your personal system, and nobody can take it away from you. Start with awareness. People say signal generation carries 10% of the weight of a total system. Your risk management carries 30% of the weight, including money management. And then the psychology part carries 6% of the weight. That means your psychology can affect whatever good things that your signal generation and your system to define. If you don't follow, it doesn't make sense. So entry in the Ein55 term is the FA plus TA. FA tells you the giant, TA tells you what is a good time to go in and go out. They are all measurable. The strategy is, okay, how much I need to allocate so that I will stay in the game. That is rule number one. Then what kind of portfolio I need to build to reduce my risk, to improve my profit. The key, how can I, in fact, maximum tolerance is the maximum draw that I can tolerate. And we have to figure that out and use that as the absolute number, because any number go beyond, you can never sleep well in the night. And you become very emotional. And then emotional part will screw up everything. So when the market go up and down, as long as it is within your maximum drawdown and you feel comfortable, probably you will be able to hold on and wait. So the roller coaster of the emotion may not come in to affect your decision in your holdings. PA, so important. Here, another way to look at it, science, art, and then 100% art. 60% art, 30% science and art, 10% of science. This is a detailed way I describe. The PA part in details come with three main elements. First of all, you have to be accountable for whatever you do. Never blame the market, never blame other people. Always ask what I have done wrong. Accountability, that is number one key. When you ask yourself what have I done wrong, you look at your tools. Okay, I did this. That is the result. Oh, then I can figure out. The result will probably give me additional information that I cannot get before I come in. Then you have the CPI, continuous process improvement, that help refine. That is the tool. Then with accountability with the tool, you develop into the discipline. These are what discipline really means. Okay, I'm not going to talk about it. You already know that. Let's move on. That's why I say I apply 4D investment in any good store I believe in China. Because I can lose, and the lose won't affect me. If one become the real, another Apple, another Google, another Amazon of China, what do I need to do? Nothing. Just wait and collect money. So 4D strategy is extremely useful in China. Monitor the fund performance every 3 to 6 months, and then plot the performance trend. Then you can upsize, you can throw some instrument out by selling, bring other instrument in with better performance, etc., etc. That's a way to keep improving your performance. Check the fund component and make the changes. Compare the component stock's individual performance against the index. In any index, you will have a few components, and not all components perform the same. The index is the average. So some components will outperform the index when others will underperform the index. What I do? I pick those that outperform and switch them into my portfolio and dump those that underperform than the index. Is it a good way to do the portfolio management? Using the Ein55 to do your portfolio building easier. And find a broker who can provide the stock connect. In case you really want to buy the A share, that you cannot through either the H share or ADR. We talked about earlier. Any A stock you're interested, check if there's the H share component. If there is, and if the H share component is cheaper, then buy H share only. Forget about the A share for now. Until in the future, things change, that you may change. One possibility is this. When China market become more and more developed, the A share, do you think they need to keep two listings? Probably they don't need. So they may focus only on the China share alone and delete from the H share. Can that happen? Possibly. So we have to be prepared for the future. Always use the A share fund components as the foundation before we use them to find the giant. Now, I want to talk about high flux. Very interesting. I download all these reports. Where to start? Read the business description, which explains the companies, what they do, who are their customers, what the industry they are in, what are the plans to the future. If you attend Chow Yi's talk last in the Fit 2, this is the face. Face tells you a lot of story. Then you move to the body to look at the nitty-gritties. Then you look at the legs as a supporting information to justify how the numbers come about. Face, body, and neck. I like that very much. Use quality of earning. Why they need 3 different accounting books statements? I believe they deal with different timing. Balance sheet is a snapshot of what happened on the day they produce the balance sheet, maybe once a year. So it's a snapshot, it's a static data. Income statement, are you doing well? I call it modulate, meaning not static nor very dynamic. It gives me progressively. I make sales, I have revenue, but they are only virtual numbers. When the sales and the revenue turn into cash, then that part of the virtual number becomes real number. So the income statement shows me the difference between the virtual number and the actual number. Dr. T, correct me if I'm wrong. Then finally, the cash flow statement. How much money I have to meet my obligations. I may have a very good sales, but because of other commitments, I may not be able to even to pay for my rental, to pay for my suppliers. Before the sales actually get converted into a hard cash, you must produce the product and deliver before you get the money. So if you don't have enough cash to sustain the progress, you may even become bankrupt when the revenue may come if you still are there. Okay, these are the three important statements we need to look at. And there's one more one, and I don't even know it exists, but they say there's a statement of changes in stockholders' equity. And a lot of people say this statement is not as important as the others in terms of evaluating and investing. So we can ignore this statement. One less information to read about. However, when you have more time than you need, you probably want to know who the owners of the company, who is the largest owners of the company. Probably it will help, I don't know. Financial shenanigans, in simple words, cooking the books, or in a nice statement, creative accounting. Again, creative accounting by itself is not bad, but creative accounting by throwing away the ethics, then this is bad. So cooking the books is actually a thing. Even fantastic ethical companies do, because they want to make the income bigger than the expenses to make the book look better. Okay, so cooking the books is the art of applying the virtual numbers. Hard numbers, cash, you cannot manipulate. Virtual numbers, certainly you can. So we need to understand the correlationship of numbers and the reasonableness of numbers. Let me give you one example, the correlationship. You have a revenue keep on increasing. Where does the revenue come about? Very likely from your core business, which you make sales of. So the revenue increase should have a correlation of your sales increase. Would that be a correlation? If the correlation of the two increases looks reasonable and meaningful, then they pass the reasonableness test. So you need to find a number of numbers and find the correlation. The more correlation, the more reasonableness you have, the better you can trust the book. Generally, that's what I say. Unless you have a super genius who can cook the book to such a fantastic way, then no way I can detect. Good for him. Very often, I summarize this because they say, these are the key numbers you begin to look into in the boxes. And these are the numbers you may look into to support the basic numbers. Now, I don't want to go through every single one of them and don't want you to remember. Not in this class anyway. You know it, you already know. You don't know, don't waste time. Listen to me. But I want to highlight something. I do have this classified. What are the virtual numbers? What are the real numbers? Then you can tell me anywhere I make a mistake, the number should be virtual when I say real, or the other way around. If you can find it, let me know. We can share with the whole group under Dr. T, and we all benefit. Thank you. Let's move on. So these are the basic numbers. Very simply, balance sheet, total assets equals to total liability plus equity share. I say plus because liability is definitely a negative number. So a negative number add to a positive number, you know the answer. These are the detailed explanation in case you do not understand, like me. So I read a lot of this many times because I cannot understand at one go. These are the sample of the high flux data that you will see. Revenue, net profit, earnings per share, etc. EPS is a very important number. That's why the report should have that. A lot of people use this number to make decisions. Okay. Again, you need to find out the correlationship, reasonableness. These are the balance sheet. That's how it look like. Don't go to details. And then there's a cash flow, consolidated statement of cash flow statement, I think. Then this is one of the annual report. The way I highlight this is this. In this year, 2010, in the annual report, the old to the, oh, I clicked too fast. From the old to new, more history, 2006, it go this way. In 2010. But in 2015, the old to new go that way. Is it important? Not necessarily. But I am a very picky person. I believe in consistency. If I read the annual report every year, I may not even notice. I may read the data wrongly because I assume that's the newest, and that can be dangerous. That's the reason I show this too. A little bit of inconsistency we need to be aware of. Financial report 2017. Saturday. Okay. You find out the profit attributable to shareholders, they break it into two items since then. They have a qualification. One, excluding the Tuas Spring. Okay, was never included, but suddenly this with Tuas Spring inside, then the total profit attributable to shareholders would be the combination of the two. Why it happened? Maybe Tuas Spring come about to begin productive and make money. They were building in those stages, maybe, I don't know. What is Tuas Spring? Very interesting. IFAS comes in. In 2017, one of the analysts is Mr. Ein55. I don't know him, but I find his report in the internet when I look into IFAS. And this is the link for you to get his report. Very interesting, very important, we need to know. He said clearly, IFAS is a negative issuer with highly leveraged overall financial risk profile. Hey, what does it mean? To me, I don't understand. I cannot see it as a sign. But if you are a seasoned investor, probably you can pick up the danger sign instantly. I need more information later. And then for me to come back to understand this. Even before accounting for the large amount of perpetual securities outstanding, IFAS balance sheet appears unsustainably stretched by any standard. He talked about perpetual securities. I'll talk about that later. What does that mean? How would it affect the performance of the company? Do you know? If you have the answer, congratulations. For me, I only learn and I begin to realize how should I read this number in the right sense. I come to that. He says, the issuer, which is high flux, who sell the virtual perpetual bonds or perpetual instrument called corporate perpetuals who sell that. They view them as equity and they don't view them as debt. The first difference. What does that mean? That means you can put the number either as part of your equity or you can put the number as part of your debt. Which one will give you a better performance for the same performance result you have for the year? Of course lah, more equity, less debt lah, will give you a better picture. So the first thing they did, they make it as equity and not a debt. And I show you in the annual report, where are the numbers that you can see and you can pick up instantly. So Ein, he said, he would be more reserved by recognizing the perpetuals as debt. Now I learn. Before that, I don't know. I see a bunch of numbers, but I cannot make sense of it. I remember Dr. T talk about EPS. EPS is good, so I invest. Then suddenly, there's more to that. And Ein says, debt to earnings before interest, depreciation, and amortization in their book. That means when the perpetuals were part of the equity, then this number 13.4 in 2016, and the debt to market capitalization is 3.9. Now, when the perpetuals is part of the equity, would the debt to market capitalization, say, now it's actually 3.9. If you take the equity and consider it as a debt and do your own debt to market capitalization ratio, will the ratio go up or down? If you say up, good on you, you do the right thing. And then says, if you treat the equity as a debt, then these two numbers, 13.4 and 3.9, becomes 23.4 and 6.8. So why we as investors must treat the equity, the perpetual, as debt and not equity. Even the accounting rules allow them to group them into equity part. Is it the first good lesson to learn from high flux that we can apply in any other instruments you want to look into? Okay, forget about this data for now. Okay, what I'm showing is this. In 2017 accounting report, annual report, they do have the 2015 numbers, and then I go to the 2015 numbers 2 years ago, before this one come, and find out some different in numbers. I don't understand why. So it becomes a question which Chow Yi helped me to understand. But that are details and we do not need to understand. However, with all these many years of this annual reports, I can at least go into roughly to see how many times they keep doing the adjustments. The more adjustments they do, does it mean good sign or bad sign? Why they need to make adjustments? Two things. Either they forgot about certain numbers they need to put in, or secondly, they were trying to manipulate something and find out at the end of the day, it may not be helpful for them 2 years later. So they do the adjustment. Again, this is my speculation. So One other thing to look at is there a lot of adjustments in the numbers. This is another example. Quite a lot. This is the key numbers I want to talk about. Interest. Now, I put two important elements in there is operating cash flow and the free cash flow that they have. Okay. Okay. Now, any company doing business, would that be normal to expect the healthy income should actually come from the operating cash flow? Your primary business. So the cash generated from a primary business, would that be the healthy? Yes. Look at this. Negative, negative all the way. 2010 until 2017. 7 years. Is it a good sign? No. But then they have a very good cash flow. Where does the money come from? It does not flow from the sky. Correct? It has to come somewhere. I will tell you the somewhere later. But then I look at it. Why people are interested to buy high flux? A lot of people look at the dividend yield. Oh, good. Almost 1%, 1.22%, blah, wow, 2%, 3%. Would that be fantastic? If I look at this alone, and I feel, for whatever reason, I have a perception that high flux is a long-lasting company. Should I just base on this to make my decision to jump in? Probably. I see what I want to see. Then I look further, look at the financial cash flow and comparing with the investment cash flow and the operating cash flow. These are the three main cash flow elements in all companies that they need to report in their annual reports. I talk about all the rest, but very high cash flow. Where do they come from? The answer is this. They all come from the financial cash flow. Hey, the financial cash flow is because of their perpetual debt, but they don't call it debt. They issue perpetual bond that people buy and say, since it's the perpetual, legally I'm not required to repay the money to the owner. Legally. Why not? I keep it as my equity. Therefore, my free cash flow will look very nice. Even my operating cash flow tells a different story. So suddenly I know, looking in the annual report, I would definitely put these three lines together with the free cash flow and see where they really get money from. You see, investment cash flow is not a primary business activity, but they are there, particularly for manufacturing companies who buy factory space, buy machines, and then maybe sell the machines, and then sell the land. Because when do that, and if they make money, then that kind of money they make is called investment cash flow. And here is an example. Then when they sell some of their assets to fill the gap, to jack up the free cash flow, even they're losing money. Enough, no need to talk about the third one. And thanks to Chow Yi, he drew this line for us. Forget about the line. I will make it simple for you. The financial cash flow is this line. The trend is going up. Okay? The green financial cash flow. Investment cash flow down a little bit, but that's okay, manageable. Operating cash flow, wow, quite a big decline. But because the financial cash flow is very big, so it can make up a lot more than the losses incurred because of operating cash flow and the investment cash flow. They still have earnings. If you base on earnings to do your investment in this company, is this a smart decision? You tell me. So that is high flux at the time. I would say, you notice, I retain the color. I get the operating cash flow as the #1 criteria in the megatrend analysis. If they have that, then I begin to look at the others. Without that, move on. Easy. Suddenly, I find out I become a genius. A non-financial guy suddenly can look at certain numbers and make a good decision. Then the other thing I do, this is the PA. The gray area, the very undescriptive, difficult to define in black and white. I look at the number of pages of the auditor's report. One page, one page, one page, and then 6 pages, 6 pages. Generally, why auditors have to comment? They have a certain rules to follow. But his employer, in this case, High Flux, may twist his arm and say, you should change the number to make my numbers go good. If the numbers is within the definition of the accounting rules, auditors will probably accept and do it. But if it is marginal, auditor has their own credibility to protect. They don't want an unethical company to abuse and eventually collapse. And people say, yeah, this auditor also unethical. So they have to rely on the auditor's comment as the defender. So if everything is cleaner, I think half a page is more than enough for the auditor to come in. You get the message? That's it. That is the PA. And CGN did this. You look at the FAs, you look at the numbers. Do they qualify for it? Look at the profitability. Forget it. And again, that is a bigger slice of that. I just skip it. Then Kim Ming, my friend, also did the same study, but a different time, a little bit later. But he did make comments. He said, EPS do not tell the full picture of the profitability of the company. He made that comment. And then he also say, 1.5 year period to exit without significant losses. That means that from 2001, 09, 10, and 11. Remember, that is time they begin to see the red all the time. So if in that 1.5 years, you still stay with the company because of dividend, are you making a mistake? So that two message to me is quite good enough. Remember? 2010, losses. So Kim Ming says 1.5 years. Would that be enough signal? Don't look at this alone. When they lose money, they give you even more dividend. Why? They want to keep you in so you can support the share price which will jack up their market capitalization. Hopefully, other fools will come in. Everything has a price. That's the price to bury your risk and support them, hopefully to bring in more. To me, I say 3 years. If you say, I don't know what to say. I see what I only see, I want to see. Hey, these are the two pictures that you can see a lot more things. This is actually a lady in the house, a man sitting playing the guitar instead of the head of a guy. It's the dollar Duncan make a statement, and I like this part. A lot of time we say what we want to see. And then the other part is what they want you to see. Because the two add up to reaffirm what I want to see and get me into trouble. Taking the A share, investing with conviction, growth, quality, and value. Maybe we can take a break before we continue so that I can have a good flow. Would that be all right?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
I
James,
print time sheet again so that we can.
yeah, you decide how long is the break. Yeah, I think you need to have a good break. Yeah.
Okay, Dr. T, you tell me what number I should put in here.
You decide. You're the one who know better. Now it's 2:50. We have, I think, enough time. You decide. Even it
Enough
may
time.
take a bit longer. It's okay.
Maybe.
Important is you have to have enough rest. Yeah.
Okay, I have. Maybe we take 50 minutes.
Okay, then 3:05.
Okay, 1505.
Okay. Have a good break. Okay.
Peter.
Okay. The rest that let Dr. T take over from here. Yeah, you can also take your own break for whoever need a break. It's a very long session. So far, if you see the flow, you probably understand better why we don't like straight away in the morning. James, I think you better go for a break. You don't look at the chat box anymore. It's okay. Go ahead, Yuri. Yeah.
Okay.
Do
Okay.
whichever.
Okay. I go and a break. I come back.
Yeah, that's a purpose of break. The purpose of break to answer more questions and defeat the purpose, huh? Yeah, same for the rest of you. You don't need to listen to Dr. T here. Just go for a break, huh? Yeah, because anyway, I will make the video recording. All right, whoever you choose the course notes, I'll send to you in a few days' time. Okay, not to worry, huh? One time probably may not be able to understand all, especially the pace a bit fast. Yeah, because James mentioned since he has gathered more information, he rather keep it as a reference material. Huh? Okay, so if you understand the PA is not just on this psychology. Even if PA technically is covering everything, right, including your strategy formation. So you can see in the morning, right? So James has been talking about about the psychology part, understand about probability, and later on gradually bring you to the understand the China side, right? The emerging China, and also the dark side of the China. Okay, yeah. But at the same time, also showing you just now through this example of high flux, the risk, right? Potential risk for any of the company, right? In fact, high flux, although it's not a China related company, but it's a good example to show that even a company by right seems reputable. Right. I think at one time even Temasek has invested in high flux before, but later on exit from there. Right. But people always, I would say always, but may view that high flux, like related to water industry, I may treat that as almost a national asset. Okay, so it's very hard to accept this kind of company may fail. Yeah, of course, right now we look at all those data, then we can say it could be hindsight to mention about the risk. But usually a company when it's still functioning, despite there are some this red flags, right, being raised and so on. Usually investor may not pay too much attention, especially for the case like High Flux every year keep on giving dividend, and then even for the bond, right, the this so-called the preferential share or the perpetual security, they also without fail, all right, to actually give you that the coupon or the this interest they promise, until one day of course they just simply break down, you know, they could not do so. Yeah, so in fact quality of management is one thing, but sometimes it's very hard to judge on the management quality. Okay, until if something bad happening, it could be a bit too late already. Yeah, so that's why I think the rule is very simple. um, you want to take risks is possible, but number one, diversify. Okay, yeah, like James mentioned about the 4D strategy. So do not just put all your money, all right, in all one basket, especially on the more risky um, this asset. And as just now James mentioned, all right, he invests in fund. Okay, why? Because fund itself there's a diversification. Yeah, so it means under worst case, all right, quite unlikely for the fund to go zero, although it's possible for High Flux, you know, to go bankrupt. Yeah, but of course, fund has a limitation as well. So that's why it's very important, right? For this this sorry, because I have to do a reply at the same time, so my mind is not working to talk and then reply the same thing, huh? Okay, so Mr. Wong, all right, if you can hear me, go ahead. Okay, it's the same number. Yeah, go ahead. Once it's done, it doesn't matter. You just choose one, then message me. Then will be okay, huh? Yeah, because Mr. Wong contact me, say want to get a copy of the notes. Yeah, fine, but I give Dr. T a bit time after this one only I send to you, huh? Okay, at the same time, so for the, let me double check any last minute registration. Okay, hopefully not, huh? Okay, so anyway, today, the session, I want you to view it, don't be from like too technical point of view. Most of our courses so far are very technical, pure fundamental, pure technical. Okay, and the coming this Chow Yi one will be similar to that, huh? Except for Chow Yi, he will make it more down to earth, right? Accounting by right is a, you know, more profound knowledge. So for today's session, you need to think it a bit differently, right? Because you need to see China is like you cannot say it can be trusted, but you cannot say it's full with tricks. So in a way, I would say China probably can best represent the stock market, got risk and got opportunity. Okay, so we need to, you know, equip ourselves with more this protection. Okay, diversification is key, but not sufficient. Number two, right? In China, you may also consider later on. James will, you know, covering more details in the next few hours. Go into the China Asia already. Yeah, because he want to actually talk more about the precaution first before talking about the meat of the talk. Okay. In fact, so far I think he covered 250 pages, another 150 to go, which is mainly on the China Asia. Huh? Yeah. So I guess he doesn't want you to jump into the, you know, in the boat directly. Say, wow, this is a good opportunity without knowing the risk. And so business fundamental, right, will give us special edge. Yeah. So if you read the Dr. T article, all right, last night I already just send you the link. All right. I quoted a few examples, Tianjin Zhongxin, right, about pharmaceutical. Then I quoted the ICBC, the world largest bank. At the same time, we have this Mao Tai, okay, and Wu Liangye. These two are the China, all right, this so-called their local legal and so on. And okay, what else was, okay, one more stock somehow I cannot remember. Okay, I think I wrote about this TSMC. Okay, yeah. So in fact, this is so-called the Great China kind of market. All right. So you can say future is with China, but all right, you see right now with Trump, intervene this process. China, the whole process may take another 10 more years to achieve the same goal. Right. At the same time, even assuming Joe Biden become the next president, but due to the Trump interruption, so he cannot also be too close to China overnight. Do you get what I mean? Yeah, because he already created an awareness that be careful, China not sincere, China, you know, could be the enemy of the whole world. That is some of the brainwashing Trump has been doing for the past few years. Although he initially say, "Hey, Xi Jinping is my best friend," okay, and we work together, blah blah blah. But later on, based on political, this the need, right? I'm sorry that this is one of the easiest trick, right? So especially to divert the attention of your own people. So the easiest way is to look for a national enemy so that everyone forget about you already, huh? Something like that. He's not the only one who do that kind of trick. If you see the whole world, sometimes when you read certain news, just pay a little bit more attention. Then you can know that you know politician, sometimes they'll apply this kind of technique. It's actually in a way quite common as well. Yeah, in fact, no need to go too far lah. Even sometimes our neighboring, country, if you see, whenever got the election coming, then Singapore will get a bullet already. Huh? Dr. T, what's their local election has to do with us in Singapore? Okay, because easy target ma, you're rich ma, right? So that's why sometimes when when you're good or when you're advanced, okay, don't be too show off lah. Although I may not know whether James will mention that part, but last time, in fact, Deng Xiaoping time, indeed did mention about this, right? So he said that, right, don't be the one to show off, okay? And in fact, it's good to be a humble number two, so don't become number one, you know. Even your number one, don't, shout every time for people to see a number one. Yeah, but the growth of China, in fact, no one can stop them now. Even politicians, they don't say it, huh? Yeah, the easy observation PA, all right, you see in the last 20 years, all right. Hey, last time 30, 40 years ago, I remember China was so poor, right? That's why sometimes when people need to, like our grandparents' time, right? Sometimes if they do go back to their hometown in China, right? For probably that one was like 1970s or 80s, okay. They will bring like what television, color TV or whichever. Wow, then the people there will be amazed. Wow, this this overseas this relative, wow, so rich. Nowadays is reverse already. Okay, now the China relative become richer already. Yeah, so I'm trying to say is right, with the growth of economy, especially from 2001, right? China joined the WTO, World Trade Organization. That's why Trump said that could be a mistake. Let you come in, it's like let the wolf come in. And guess what? So, in fact, right now this wolf become a dragon already. So strong. Okay, halfway lah. Have not truly become a dragon. Still cannot fly yet, because Trump stopping. Trump actually using technology barrier, right? Want to stop the this development and so on. That could delay lah, but it's very hard to stop this dragon at the moment. But it can delay the process. But if you see in the last 20 years, China like tourists, you see go most of the country, wow, spend money, spend money. Then our local people, including Dr. T lah, huh? If let's say regardless of financial status, you go to overseas, if you want to buy something, ting ting ting, and people know, this one from Singapore one. Well, more calculative, know how to plan. nothing wrong with it. But if you see in China how they make money, right? So in fact, they could become like this rich, overnight. Not only in stocks, property is a real thing. So you can see property in this um, this so-called this China, right, has been rising so many times. So that's why, in fact, one of the risks China has not experienced so far is the potential property bubble. Okay, yeah. So in fact, this could be one of the worry. Right. For example, recently you read also a news of this China property company called Hengda. Okay, this company, uh, technically towards going bankrupt lah. Actually, founder at one time was the richest person in China. Do you know that? This what's his name? Xu Jiayin, is it? I cannot remember, huh? Yeah. So that's why whichever the China the richest person also need to take note lah, huh? Their fortune is not forever, right? Look at this Ma Yun, the Jack Ma, and then you look at this the Luan Ning. By the way, a quick reply to you. So we probably have to complete our course here today first. If they say come to the end, if there's a chance we may come back to later lah, huh? Yeah, because there are certain slides James may go a bit faster due to certain reason, huh? Yeah, so let him control the pace because we cannot just because of one person requesting to go back to certain slides. Anyway, I cannot control the slides from here as well, huh? Okay, so where am I? Just now, yeah, talking about this so-called the rise of China, right? So not only is a political things, but at the same time, talking about the barbers, okay? Yeah, so barbers have to be careful, right? Because the China so far have not really um, experiencing, right, something so-called, yeah, thank you to Stanley. I didn't know you log in. Xi Jiayin, you're right, huh? Yeah, so basically China has not experienced a true global financial crisis so far. So we got Euro debt crisis, we got the US subprime crisis, we got US technology bubbles, okay, we got Asian financial crisis, right, and so on. But so far, then we got Japan lost 3 decades, but so far not really official one on the China side. But based on the greed and fear, right, the day may come sooner or later. Okay, I see James is ready already. All right. So in that case, I pass back the time to James. So my suggestion is, of you let James at least complete our course here today. All right. Then for additional one, we can talk about later on. Also depends on James' energy level. Yeah, because it will be better. Otherwise, if we have too many, of course, some simple question James could have to answer, but if they say too long to us to repeat certain slides, probably the one we have to wait until the end. Depends on the so-called the time and the need, and also James' energy. Hey, you ask Dr. T to talk for one day. Nowadays I cannot. 8-9 hours, no joke. So that's why just now I also have to observe James' condition, no? Yeah, because nowadays have to be careful, right? Because yes, no doubt looks like you're stronger than me now, but I mean we still need to have sufficient rest in between. Okay, in that case, without further ado, let's welcome James again. All right, okay, back to you.
Thank you, thank you. Wow, okay. Investing with conviction is look at the components of the company. Do they have a growth? How good are they? And what is their value? If you try to get the overlap part and focus there with growth of high quality, with value, and then build up your own portfolio, that would be nice. So what does growth mean? Earnings growth greater than GDP. Earnings upside potential, that is the definition of the growth. Quality, is your ROE, your cash conversion cycle, your management capability, and the transparency. Transparency, I would say in this case, if you want to ask the company something about their performance, they're very open and willing. That's what I would consider. Value, PG, less than 1. Strong outperformance without taking undue risk. So that is the things that we are looking for in the A-share. Has to be focused with high quality growth stock at reasonable valuation. A lot of work to do. Capitalizing on domestic driven growth. The domestic driven growth that I can see is consumer, either consumer staple and consumer discretionary. And then AI. Why I am interested in AI? Again, the macro trend that I learned from the past is this. China has its own, the Beidou GPS system, correct? Did US allow China to learn anything from their own GPS? I doubt it. At best, China was able to get some spy and manage to steal some knowledge to help them build their own. However, China consider additional factors beyond the original design requirements of the US GPS before they developed the Beidou GPS. The traditional US GPS, they have a lot of ground stations all over the world from different countries who allow US to build a station. So they can use, they call it differential GPS to improve the accuracy. And China do not have the luxury. China has one station in Australia, and I think the contract of using that station is ending, and Australia or China may not continue to use the ground station in Australia. And China is not able to get many stations in other countries in the world. So the way they design their Beidou system is this. They allow the satellites in the sky to talk to each other, go around the world to form a complete network for communication and use whatever calculations they imagine and to do the GPS calculation for people who use it can find correct positions. This is only part of it. There are other things we don't know. Now, with all this embargo or restriction of access to technology, China is able to develop the GPS. China is able to develop their own missile to send satellites to the sky. And China demonstrated by sending a missile shooting into the sky and bust one of their dying, unused satellite. These are the technology I don't think US will allow China to do. In fact, whatever US is doing is not helping them. The reason why China cannot buy the CPU and Huawei is having problem simply because they make it available at such a reasonable cost. Chinese all feel, why should I want to develop? Investment costs a lot of money and a lot of time. If this is available, I might just buy as well. So they will slow down on their own development. But with now, what choice do China have? The government funded to provide support to the industry. They gather the best of the engineers in the industry and ask them to come together. Government gives them the fund and develop their own chips technology. So they don't need to rely on the US. Will that happen? Not today, but it will. So capitalize on domestic-driven growth. Currently in China, I talk about consumer and talk about AI. Then I talk a lot about in the history about how China has a breakthrough in the very, very high-tech technologies in different arenas. And I have no question, AI will be one of them in the future. That is the reason I focus in the later part of my presentation to share with you the companies in the AI. Some probably will be listed in the short term, in the short future, and the others are already listed. Then is it worthwhile to buy and hold? For now, I just 40 and keep, and then before we go into study further. Because 40 I can follow, don't mind. But I don't want to lose the opportunity of being too late to get in. That's why 40. Asia companies, by definition, they call it the State Asset Management Bureau, SAMB. Is the companies established to manage state-owned assets in most provincial cities. The second kind is called the SOE, which are affiliated to central government. There are 157 large and strategically significant corporations the government must have control. Then there are the SOEs affiliated to local government, which are profit-making companies that can invest in state and legal persons. And with such shareholding being the most numerous among the Chinese listed companies. And finally, that's the later addition because China allowed them to do, is the private investors, comprising both of the private individuals and companies. So generally, we can draw a line, private companies and government-owned or government-controlled companies. 1, 2, 3, government-owned, government-controlled. Number 4, purely private. And private companies are far more efficient because survival instinct drives them. They have to be profit motivated. The government-owned companies, not necessarily profit motivated. And I will talk about it later. The end. Here it comes. The ownership structure. Okay? The SOEs, including SAMBs, generally, the managers are government appointed. They may not have experience in the specific industry. So government appointed, political reason comes. So they are incentivized, not necessarily by the return on investment, not profit motive, but they're driven. Are you following what the government wants us to do politically? Maybe more for strategic reason, against attack from the outside, etc. So with this different focus, the managers will not be fully focused to look at profit as the primary driver. So the SOEs, SAMPs tend to be less efficient. If they happen to be more efficient in productivity and profit producing, just good luck to me lah. Okay, so those companies, the political performance is more important, which becomes the primary reason they are not the most efficient. But however, they can make money. If you are allowed to buy their shares, why not? Here are some websites that we can go in and check out all those Chinese companies and they're related. You can use a different source of information to do cross-checking. This is Shanghai. You notice this is a simplified Chinese page. Therefore, you have a choice to select traditional Chinese here or English here. In Shanghai, as the London Stock Connect, at that time I put it in, they were talking about to activate it. But now I know it has been activated, but also stopped it. Has it been reactivated? And why they stopped it, I don't know yet. Not important. Language selection. You want to find annual report of the companies? This is the place. 年报. In English, you will find that. This is Shenzhen, and the website is english.sse.cn. Again, because this is the English page, they allow you to go to Chinese. And when you go into Chinese, they allow you to choose either traditional Chinese or English. Same thing. That is the Chinese. See, traditional Chinese and English. And then you have the market data. And then they have the Shenzhen Hong Kong Stock Connect. This is the website. They call it the Snowball. Snowball website, simply because there's a book talk about Warren Buffett and called the Snowball. That's how this website come about. Quite an interesting website, a lot of information. How reliable are they? I don't know yet. Then someone talk about if you find out that Guizhou Maotai is a fantastic company, as well as the Zhaoshang Yinhang, China Merchants Bank, but Maotai is very expensive in terms of dollar per share. The price, I'm not saying about the value. Maybe it has a value. But Zhaoshang Yinhang, the price per share is a lot lower than the Maotai. Which one should you invest? This is the data I get in January 2002. That is the price. But the story came in June 2019 when the Maotai price was only 900 and the Zhaoshang was only 35. So I put these two numbers in to collate with the story that is told. Which one would you buy? First of all, my personal answer is I don't know. Why? Because this is not a black and white answer. Number one, is my capital big enough so that I can afford to buy a reasonable lot of Maotai? Would that be the first question? If not, then I may not have choice to buy it, but to focus on China Merchants Bank. But you have 10 millions, 100 billions, Would that be an issue? Again, it won't be an issue. But is it worth you to buy this? Then buy that. A difficult choice. Is there a way that we can look at it and make our decision? Yes. That's how I learned from this video. But it does not give you black and white answer. Also, gray answers, you have to define it yourself. There is website for Moutai. They have the investor relationship page that you can go and download the annual reports. Likewise, Zhaoshan has the same. This is the annual report from both Moutai and Zhaoshan Yinghang. Traditionally, they don't have the face that Chao Yi describes. Probably, they are not there yet. To understand, pictures tells 1,000 stories. So it's all very boring, a lot of words. However, these two annual reports have a different size in terms of pages. This Zhaoshan has almost double the size. Why? I don't know. Is it necessary? Maybe not, but I don't know. Then the first thing they have is exactly the same. It's the first thing you see on the first page. It's the disclaimer in Chinese. Then you need to go to different sections. In Guizhou Maotou, you go to section 7. That's a section 1, section 1. Then in Zhaoshan Yinghang, you go to section 2.2 to get similar results. For example, like the EPS. That's where you get the money, you get the numbers. So we need to understand how to read these annual reports and get the numbers that we want for our understanding. Now, one thing I need to highlight actually is for me. I get confused between the English measure and the Chinese measure. The English measure is every 3 zeros, correct? 1,000, 100,000, 10,000, blah, 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 it's also every 3. But China, every 4, 3 and 4. So I have the table to show. For this number, it is 112 billion or 0.11 trillion. In Chinese, it's called 1,000 亿 or 0.112 1 and 1 is used in China mainland. I think it's 12 zeros. Yes, 12 zeros. And then 1 is more frequently called Zhao in Taiwan. And Zhao has been in the Chinese language for a long, long time. But somehow, in the mainland, more people prefer to use 1 Some even don't understand the word Zhao. Just keep that in mind. And if you like, you can get this page. Actually, you have it from the web page for your reference. Again, remember the basic numbers that we need to look at and the supporting numbers to further enhance our decision making. Okay, PB, PE, and PEG. Use of the PB, PE, and PEG in our decision making. You notice, here I'm not talking about using PB alone, using PE alone. I'm talking about the combination of them, how I can read the message better. Before I go to the exercise the guy did, let me have a recap on what PB means. It's a power to book ratio. Traditionally, below 0 is considered good, but a lot of times people would accept when PB is 3 or below. But in certain industry, in certain market, you will find that PB in the 2-digit area and still people are willing to buy because you will never buy it if you are looking for single-digit PB. So for those markets, when the norm is 2-digit PB, what are the other factors you need to consider to make sure you're not buying something that will lose your shirt? Okay? Again, a lot of gray areas. PE is the market value of a stock compared to company's earnings. Okay? A higher PE shows that you pay a higher share price because the growth expectation in the future only. Because you want to pay because you see the growth expectation. So even the PE is high, you're willing to buy. But a very simple definition of PE is this. Every dollar you invest in this company, the PE tells you the number of years, assuming the company will maintain the growth consistently. Then after that many years, based on the PE number, you get your dollar back. PEG is identify the correlationship between company's market value and its projected earnings growth. It can be a gap. If there's no gap, it will be good. And the way to look at it is this. When PEG ratio higher than 1, you will consider it not as favorable, suggesting the stock is overvalued. So with that, we go in. This is the guy who did the video, and the video, I think you can still watch it if you understand Chinese. It's in there. He said, why the multi-share price is so expensive? How to use PE, PB, and PEG to make a better assessment which one to buy. If you have only limited resources, you can buy either, but not both. So which one should you go? And he also assumes, even at a high multi per share price, you still can afford by the minimum lot. All right. So they look at the share price. At that time, see, $900. This is China Merchants Bank, $35. So the price differential is 25 times. Multi is 25 times higher. It's only a ratio. What meaning does it give? No meaning yet. Then you look at the PB ratio. 市净率 is PB, price to book. Then the multi is 9 times, and the China Merchants Bank is only 1.62 times. First of all, the differential of the two companies is this. Multi is a 5.9 times higher than China Merchant Bank. Does it mean anything? Not yet. Because this number does not mean anything. Then you look at the EPS. It also has some difference. But they look, because they talk about the PE, PB, PEG, and PEG. So we only look at these numbers alone. Now, in terms of PE, multi is 32 times. The China Merchant Bank is only 10 times. That means every dollar you invest, you get your money back faster if you invest in Jiaohang because of 2 of the 10. Then multi takes 32 years. But their ratio is 2.93. Then you look at the PEG. The PEG for Malta is 1.61, and for Zhaoshang Yinhang is 1.15, and the difference is 1.36. You notice, if you rank this and look at this, the multiples keep reducing like this. Does it mean anything? I don't know how to read that yet. But the shorter time frame for me to get my money back, assuming China merchant banks will continue to produce the same way for the next 10 years, would that be easier to assess? Would the probability for them to perform like that better than if you look at 32 years? So obviously, this tends to give me this. And then again, looking at the PB, this is lower, price to book ratio is a lot lower. That means if they go bust, I lose more than if I invest into Zhaoshang Yinhang. So which one to choose? You still may want to buy Multi because there can be other reasons. There can be other reasons for you to consider. For example, outstanding shares. China Merchant Bank is a lot more. Maybe that gives you the reason why the per share price difference. You look at the capitalization, 11 compared to 8.8. So it's not talking about multiples. It's pretty close. It's 100% and 80%. So this price difference probably makes sense too. Okay? There are many ways to look at the numbers and do a fusion approach and decide which one should you buy. Each one by its own is too narrow focused. So we need to combine the methods, and I would suggest we do more other instruments looking at the PEG, PBB, the four things, and do the comparison so that we can look at different industries to see if we can find some meaning from the numbers. That would be the best way to do. So we can add the dividend yield as the fourth element to become the 气火地土气土水火 the four elements of life. It becomes PE, PB, PE, PEG, and dividend for the investment. Again, I'm not able to give you better conclusions because I'm also in the learning stage. I only find out there are many ways to look at it, then how I should look at it so that I can have a better assessment for me to make my decision is a different thing. Hope you can understand. This is a cartoon I find. I was trying to look for the book. Not yet. If I can, I will buy the book and try to read it. It's talking about all kinds of investment terminologies and how you look at it. In this particular page, you talk about, okay, 市盈率. I think that is the PE. They talk about 市净率, which is the PB. Yeah, so talk about PE and PB in this case. Okay, let's go and prepare our investment. The preparation phase, we have to start somewhere. What is my goal? Is it long-term or short-term? Remember, I want to do the China for my grandsons. So it is long-term for sure. Talk about 10 years minimum. Am I looking for income now? Am I looking for growth for the future? So far, that is the weightage you focus on. So we have to understand that before we go further. We can take two different approaches. One, you use the giant approach. Giant approach gives us a lower risk because a lot of people look at them. So we have a lot of information to help us make sure the decision made won't be too bad. But however, when too many people focus on that, the risk will be lower and the return will also be lower. Then the other approach is go out for the non-giant, in this case A grade or the B grade instruments. Fund houses, because they are selling it to their clients, therefore low risk, low return can become acceptable. But the low return should never be close to the index, at least 5% higher. Okay? So they will not spend time to look into this non-giant group. So the small caps, if we can spend our own time, having learned the system from Dr. T, why can't we find the mini giant for the future from these grade B instruments? Of course, the risk will be higher, but if we hit the right, the return will be high. Therefore, I tend to use 4D strategy more with these non-giant instruments. Remember Dr. T's football team? What do you really want? Portfolio management, we should consider the Forex risk, which I have never talked about. Correct? Forex risk, even you make money in the country, but Forex risk can kill your profit because of the exchange rate. So be careful with that. Which market? Commodity, Forex, equity, whatever. What instrument in the market that I'm interested in, narrow down what time frame for that particular instrument that I want to play with. According to Kim Lane, I just borrow his steps for your reference. This is only one way of doing it. All he says, any no, don't continue, move on. That's trading. The other one was investing. And I believe Kim Lane talked about this in a lot of details. I just keep it here as a reference point for you that you can consider. November 2019, MSCI A onshore indexes, there will be 47 additions and 38 deletions. That means they evaluate and they found they have removed 38 from the list. So very indirectly, I would say MSCI was not able to get good data in the early assessment, and now they begin to show they are the non-performers. So if they are good, they should be there. So getting 47 in and taking 38 out, is it a bad thing? No. But that gives me an indicator. In the future, I will see how many they put in, how many they take out for the same period in the future. If I see the same trend, that reduce and that reduce, that means they're getting better in assessing the data to come up with their choices. And what they add is this company, CSC Financial, Avery Holding, Shenzhen. and Shenzhen Haiding technology. And again, in the MSCI A Small Cap Index, there are 322 additions and only 9 deletions. That's not bad. That means that they find a lot more opportunity because they have more time that they can investigate and improve their holdings. MSCI China Asia indexes, 62 additions, 20 deletions. And again, the CSE financial company is a good thing that we can take a look. How to find it, I will show you later. And then pharmaceutical and then the Haiding. Again, the Haiding comes again 2 times. Then there will be 330 additions and 37 deletions from the MSCI China All Shares Small Capital. The China All Shares Small Capital is different from MSCI China A Small Capital. They have their definitions. You go into their website, you will get more details. And I do have the simulated constituents of MSCI China A Index. I already downloaded the spreadsheet, and I'm going to get Dr. T to help send as a supporting document. But I will show some to you what the data can help us. Making China simple again. That is the MSCI page they get into. That is the web page. That is the page when I get in, that's what I see. Will they make changes to this? I don't know yet, probably. But generally, that's what they say. Now, that is a simulated constituents of the MSCI China A Index. You see, tons of information. Bear with me, don't go into details. It shows a lot of information. How to read? That is China Asia Large Cap Index. And that is Mid Cap Index. And there is the change of components. Look back historically. History at 2018 and 2000. Okay, that's the old one, sorry. The old one and the new one. In these 3 periods, the original focus is heavily on the telecom. But moving to 2010, 10 years later, the weightage on the telecom reduced significantly. But energy and material increase. And finally, energy and material reduces, but technology, consumers come in. Technology, the way I read it, AI. Consumer, the vast middle class in China. That's the way I read it. For you to read the details. That's the important thing now. That's why, because of this, I look into the AI. China transitions into a consumer-oriented society. It's changing the landscape for investors. Because of the hardship for the last 100 years, Chinese are conditioned to become savers and not consumers. But the new generations, the X factor, the Y factor, or whatever, the 00 ages, etc., because this new generation, the younger generation, they never experienced the hardship. They were born at a time their parents become affordable to provide them with comfortable life. Therefore, their awareness of a hardship and the willingness to save will reduce. And the willingness to spend will increase. And China will move into the consuming behavior society, just like the US is now today. US is a consumer driven, therefore people don't save. Why they don't save? Because life has been so good, there's no need for them to save. At least for the last 200 years, the guy's whole life can be within a range of 40 square miles and happy, no worries. So with that kind of mentality, and that is why they have a statistics to say 50% of the US people cannot fork out $1,000 US because they spend and live on credit. They don't save. They don't even have the ability to cash out $1,000. Not because they're stupid, but because of the environment, there's no need for them to do so. And China is different. For China, is changing. Maybe 10 years from now, China will become another consumption-oriented society, just like the US today. So Ping An selling that kind of service. And because of the awareness of the people now, even a lot of Chinese, they begin to buy insurance. When you're very poor, would you buy insurance? I cannot even figure out how I can put food on the table tomorrow. Would you be interested in insurance? Have the money? Buy food first. But now things are changing. So the kind of sense of security that people are willing to buy is growing. Then Ping An Insurance will likely grow exponentially in the future. Go and study. Consider it as your portfolio. But don't just jump in without looking at the numbers, because you may not find it the right time to buy yet. Okay? And if Ping An's business grow, and with the understanding of the internet become more and more popular, would Ping An's business have to refocus a lot more on IT technology to help people to buy insurance? So IT in service providing to the service suppliers could be another area for us to look into. Consumption. Guizhou Multi, the consumption may not grow too much now because of the anti-corruption issue. In the past, there's no such thing. So Guizhou Multi was selling like a hotcake, and that was the price was so high. But now it's pulling back. When will they grow normally? Check the numbers, look at it, scrutinize, and make a decision. May still be a good investment to consider. Media Group, household appliance. In fact, I just changed my home aircon systems from the Japanese to the Media Group, and it saved me a bunch of money. And I'm quite happy. The quality is very good. In fact, surprisingly, it's energy green. Then I find out a lot of Japanese brand names, they stop producing themselves, and the OEM media to do it for them. So if you buy a Panasonic, also come from media, why I don't buy directly from media? Because media know that their brand name power is not as good as the national Panasonic aircon. That's the reason I can buy at a discount because I don't have to pay for the brand name. Take a look. The other one is Geely. Geely is so high profile that their CEO, a lady, Miss Dong Mingzhu, actually appear in their advertisement. So her face become pretty well known by the consumers. So collectively, components in the information technology and consumer staple sectors, consumer sector, constitute nearly 33% of the index compared with 9% in 2000 and in 2000. What does that mean? Okay, this company grow into the industry a lot faster than they were in 2002. Maybe at that time may not be Geely, or Geely was too small, but now there's many more companies to grow the sector to more players in the industry. Again, that's MSCI, China mid-cap. Okay, I may show you something here. Okay, this one. You notice that is from the simulated constituents of the MSCI China A mid-cap index. For some reason, I do certain sorting criteria. First of all, consumer discretionary. Suddenly, this name come about. I know nothing about this company. You say, hey, interesting. Let's take a look to see what it is. So I go in. It's called Super, Zhejiang Super. The price was 73 renminbi on January the 14th, I think, okay, 2020, early this year. The founder is this Su Zhenfu. What do they do, really? Okay, I go in to the contacts. How can you contact them? Then I go to their own website. Then I find out, oh, they're in the kitchenware business. That is the English page. Remember, not that many companies in China has English documentations. I suppose web page included. And that is the Chinese page. Range hook, cookeries. Interesting. Then how do I get their annual report? This is the page that I can get their annual report. And lately I found out I can download these free reports. That is the 2018 financial report, 151 pages. And then I can also download maybe some intermediate 2-page thing for 210. I think this come out earlier than this one. When they're trying to consolidate, they very quickly to show you, hey, we are making money in only 2 pages. And that is the 2019 half-yearly quick report. Because probably the time I look at this, they don't have the 2019 financial report yet. They should have it now because it's already 2020. But somehow, they do produce reports that you can take a look. In Chinese only, I suppose. So these are the place to download the PDF files. And then this is the generic, like the Yahoo. They talk about a lot of the Chinese companies in there. So probably you can go in, find any company you like, probably. Here, you try to search. So I search this super, then super come out. Different data you can go and access. And then there are key financial data that I get from the AR. Then, for some reason, I hit this website called the Value Today. It's about world top companies. It says world 10,000 companies, business sector, by product, by headquarters. And then Super came out as, let me see, number 1,473 in the world ranking. That means in the world, at least there are 1,400 manufacturers before Super. And the ranking comes in November 2019. Today, probably it will change. It may go down, it may go up. Because some companies up there may go bust, they may be performing better, they get a higher ranking. I don't know. So, interesting. So at least I have additional information to help me to confirm how good are this company. And their market cap is 8.99 billion US dollars. This is how you get it.
1 billion US dollars equals 853,500,000 euros.
I don't know why that come out. But anyway, so I enlarge it larger so you can take a look. It does mean it's a good investment to go because we are beginning to understand how to find these giants in Asia. So the next thing I try to find the super from the giant detector, and obviously no matching. I try to find the Hong Kong. There's no such company. But then if I search for Ping An, then the giant detector will come up with the data. Therefore, since Ping An is also listed as H, and since the H share tends to be priced a little bit lower than the A share, specifically for Ping An, if you're interested, why you want to invest in China when you can do that in Hong Kong and make a better return? When there's some good companies that you cannot find in Hong Kong, then you go China. Now, from the Singaporean perspective, I'd say the language can be the first hurdle, even if we are of Chinese race. Why? First of all, 20% of Chinese listed companies provide English version of financial information, and I'm sure the number will keep increasing. However, out of 3,000 Chinese A shares, 20% of it would that be enough for me to begin with? Of course. The biggest problem, not any industry, they have the industry jargon. Likewise, in the financial market, in terms of investment, they're the professional talk using the jargons. And the worst thing is, we have the Hong Kong jargon, we have the Taiwan jargon, we have the mainland China jargon, we even have the Singapore jargon. And they may appear differently, and it will take a long time to consolidate. So we have to understand the terminology and say, oh, when what they say in China mainland actually means this in Taiwan, and means this in Singapore, and means this in Singapore. That is a learning stage that we have to endure. And besides, writing the traditional Chinese can be quite different from writing the simplified Chinese. We do see quite a big commonalities or similarities rather, but there are specific areas it can be alien to us if we don't learn traditional Chinese. So the problem is, eventually, I think, the jargons will become consolidated and people will begin to accept, and that will take time. Ein55 is a system to filter and qualify high probability investment decisions. And the only requirement is that to have a reliable data. I think the EIN system source suppliers, I think they strive very hard to get reliable data. Maybe the difficulties of getting the A shares from the data suppliers for the EIN55 is possibly because of the GIGO issue. What is GIGO? Garbage in, garbage out. So when you are not certain, the institutions may have their own reputation to protect. So it's better not to include for now, until they feel more comfortable that they can bring it in. Then we will see more and more information more conveniently in the future. So therefore, the hurdle at this stage for us is to understand that where to get reliable data becomes the most important issue. My suggestion is this: try to source from different locations, Yahoo, Google, and even EIN55. Then the key to read the numbers, I already mentioned, correlationship and reasonableness to help us to feel more comfortable with the data that we have, the best we can have at hand to make our decision. That is the reason for the discussion we have for the whole day.
Okay, sorry, James, to interrupt a bit. I just attach the PDF file for Subo. Okay, you can get it from Yahoo plus Morningstar, and also for Mao Tai and Wuliang Ye.
Okay.
So for students, you can just click on the chat box, can download this 3 PDF file. Actually, there are 6-digit number from SS or SZ. SZ means Shenzhen, SS means Shanghai.
Yes.
The trick is this way: do not search in the yellow box. Okay, you know the ticker is not difficult to find. You just Google, you type Supor, SUPOR space share price. You type in the Google, it'll tell you what is the ticker name. Then, for example, the ticker is 002032. Then you just add the dot SZ. Okay. Then this 6-digit dot SZ, you type in the purple cell number AI6. Okay, in AutoMain, the price tab, there's a purple cell AI6. So it means without searching in the yellow box. The reason is Yahoo may or may not carry all the stock ticker in this way. Later on, in fact, James, you probably can also introduce this bonus material. You have this stock, this finder, which you can, or you want to use it now also can, you decide.
Let me complete the flow of
yes.
the presentation.
Okay, just for those who may not know, this is how you get the Shanghai data. And then there's one asking, whether AutoWeb in future may have this feature. I cannot promise, but I'll say we try to extend from 9 market to global market. Yeah. So right now, try to integrate these two tools. What means the auto main and also auto web. Okay. Auto web for 9 market is okay. For the global market, then use the auto software. Okay. Back to you, James.
Good. Now here, I think the key information that I like to share has reached almost to the end. I may have talked a lot, and you may get confused. In fact, to keep it simple, you will realize there are only a few key points I mentioned. First of all, there are only 4 words you need to remember. The first one is the outcome. So what would be the related word that we need to remember? Occurrence. The outcome and occurrence is a way to understand the nature of probability and how we can take advantage of it to help us make informed decision so we will win in the market. The first 2 words. The next 2 words, I talk about science, system. Okay, science and system I consider as one word. It's an equal sign in between. Science equals to system, meaning that science or system are actually quantifiable, so that you can use quantity numbers to do the measurement. For example, optimism, 50%, is it quantifiable? 25% quantifiable? That's what I mean. That is the basic part, the science and the system part. Because it's black and white, a lot of people can absorb it. Unfortunately, no master is able to deliver the gray area portion, which forms the most important part in any investment activities, which I call art. So the second pair of words, in addition to outcome occurrence, is become, I use one, system and art. These are the 4 words. Understand the correlationship, how you can use them to your own advantage becomes very important. Then I do have 2 more ideas that perhaps you can think about it. Whatever numbers you get from for the company, you may not be able to know, are they using the true number, genuine number? But the numbers, based on the business behavior, there should be certain co-relationship between certain numbers. Therefore, apply these 2 things. Number 1, co-relationship of numbers, revenue, sales, cash sales, credit sales, etc. Co-relationship. Then you look at the number. Do they sound reasonable? That's why when I look at those things, I'm not really interested in the absolute number. I'm more interested in the trend of that particular number. If, say, like EOS, if it gives a general uptrend, smooth, not necessarily strong, but it's in the upway, to me, it's a very good sign, at least for the next few years, the company may continue to perform. And that is the reason why the AFA is very important. Don't look at individual numbers, but look at the trend of the numbers. That's what I call keep it simple. The financial market is a complex system, but that does not mean it requires a complex strategy. The complexity is, in fact, the key driver that we as investors make mistakes. Too much information, misled by the information. Therefore, information is important. But the ability to understanding and perspective, the two elements, are the key for us to know in our decision making. We have to understand the number, how they come about, the information, how they come about. We have to look at the perspective, why this information come about. It will help us more. What the pro say? Don't do too many things. Focus on one. Bruce Lee. I fear not that man who has practiced 10,000 kicks once, but I fear the man who has practiced one kick 10,000 times. A Kung Fu guru. The same idea we can translate into our daily investment. In fact, the idea is well documented in the book by Malcolm Gladwell, Outliers. He is the same person, I think. No, he is not. I'm talking about Black Swan, not him. Okay, finally, let's have a recap. 10 things to know about the Chinese Asia market. World's number 2 market. Rising middle class creates investment opportunities because of the change in their consumption behavior. Most Chinese stocks are listed in Asia that you cannot access from H-share or ADR. That was the main reason. In fact, you do not need to look at the H-shares or ADRs in Asia. Ignore them. Look at the Hong Kong and US and make your decision necessary if you need to. But the rest, like the super, which you don't see in Hong Kong, then we go in and find out if it is a worthwhile investment potential. I'm not saying it is because I only pick them out. I never go into deep to do that. It's not the purpose of this presentation. You learn a lot more already from Kim Ning, from Chao Yi and Du and many others. So I don't want to repeat things you already know. Asia are becoming more accessible because of the lift of restrictions. Asia is highly diversified, many industries. Government ownership creates inefficiency. Therefore, the alpha becomes the opportunity for a very active investor. Because of the high proportion of retail investors, the volatility is high and the liquidity is also very high for now. Again, retail domination in the behavior. Accounting rules can lead to manipulation. Chinese accounting rules is moving in the direction to align with the world standard, slowly. I don't know how many percent they are now about the same. Chow Yu may be able, Dr. T may be able to have the answer, but that's not important. We can find out later. Alternatives to China Asia. That is a book, Myth Busting, China's Number. I just quote something from chapter 7, Cooking the Corporate Books, talking about what Chinese companies say on paper cannot be relied upon in many cases. Those investing in companies in China need to be very, very wary of trusting company accounts and their accountants, even the seemingly most reputable. That was true at the time of writing. I do not remember when the book was written, but at least a few years. Things will change, but I believe it will change to the better for us. And he also said, it does not mean everybody quote the book, but there's certainly enough people to do so to make their books look good. That's why we have to be careful. Even listed companies have ways, sometimes quite legal, of presenting accounts that give the impression that their core business is sound, when in fact their income is supplemented from non-core means, or only the accounts of the listed part of the business are published, hiding areas of concern. You know, the supplement part, actually, if you look at the high flux case, the corporate perpetual incomes is one way to make the numbers look good. So we need to look at their accounts into context, okay? Then do a fusion approach and then ask the question, does it make sense? Again, this is the art part. Okay, I think here I repeated what I have there, so I should take it away, never mind. Now this is the Chinese translation of the same book, Myth Busting. So if you prefer to read Chinese, then you can consider this book. Mine is a traditional Chinese version, and I am not sure if you can get the simplified Chinese version. Maybe, I'm not sure. Sample Asia list. AI, not AI, Hongqi, red flag. Hongqi H9, that was 1959 Hongqi. Look at the look. Very antique look, fantastic. And this very futuristic look, Hongqi S9, I think it's Chinese version of the Lamborghini or the Ferraris. How good are they? I don't know yet. This is perhaps the Bentley of China, H9, H7. H9 is the Rolls Royce of China. This is the stock code for Hongqi, and that is what the numbers will look like. We are not interested in, but just so that the numbers do exist. And here you can go to Xinlang, and then you can find the annual report. And then the issue report will come out that you can download one after the other. That is the Hongqi, the first page of Hongqi. Again, heavily text driven until today. Now, China plans to be a world leader in AI by 2030. Hey, 10 more years. So the market may not be for me. But for young guys, for example, like Duke, you can show interest and see where you can pick the right one. Like in the early days of the Apple, in the early days of Amazon, in the early days of Google, in the early days of Yahoo. The ubiquitous surveillance network, in simple terms, many cameras on the street. China wants to do that so they can monitor the 1.4 billion citizens. Imagine how many cameras need to be produced. Can one company handle all that? Maybe, maybe not. We should consider that. Last year, about June time, I was invited by my former partner to Zhangjiajie to have some fun. One thing, obviously, I noticed, no cash is needed. And more importantly, and I was shocked that my partner do not need to use a handphone or a card or whatever. He just looked into a camera and camera already identify him and deduct the consumptions that we have spent automatically. His face recognition is already in everyday use in China. I don't think we have it in Singapore. So AI in the future, because of the camera requirements, they say in 2016 is 6.4 billion. With expectation, with compound annual growth rate of 12.4%. And in the US market, first of all, because of the privacy issue, so US has to be very careful. They cannot just install cameras any way they want. China can. So the requirement the US, for some specific reason, and people have no resentment, is only 2.9 billion. 6.4, 2.9, 12% compound growth rate, 0.7% growth rate only in the state. What does that mean? Huge. How you can get a slice of the huge? Do something like that. I will introduce some of the companies later, so please bear with me. The government, particularly the police departments in China, at the local level, become the major clients because it makes their life a lot easier. That is only half the story. For the vast majority of Chinese, privacy is just not as high a priority as it is in the US. So it becomes, so there isn't as much backlash to AI and facial recognition in general. That means few people will protest, not like US. Because of the individual privacy and individual rights, it's absolutely important that China cannot do what, the US cannot do what China is doing. That was the reason the requirement for cameras is a lot lower. Now, this is one of the company called Senstein, and NEGVII. remember the name, but I have more details later. And I think SenseTime is fantastic, but not yet listed. Keep monitoring them. This is an article in Fortune. The Trump administration, when was it? December the 10th, 2019. The Trump administration took a top step against China's technology industry. Monday, when the U.S. Department of Commerce added 8 Chinese tech companies, including the country's leading AI companies and the world's most valuable startups, to its entity list of companies that cannot purchase goods from the U.S. companies. So go to the entity list. I suppose there's a way for us to go in, and we can identify the company being blacklisted and take a look to see if it's a worthwhile investment. That's the link to get there. Now, these are the companies from CNBC talking about HIK Vision. The other one is Dahua Technology, iFly Tech. Remember MEGVII, SenseTime, Mayo Pico, E2, Yixing Technology, and ECV Guard. I think I have quite few of them. Bring out later how to get to their website, some basic information about them. Let's move on and see that. AI industry, that is SenseTime, SenseTime, this is the Chinese version. Oh, sorry, this is the English page. Lucky, yeah? AI plus culture. That's the first thing they have on their page. SenseTime, the Chinese version. That's the name to go there. Now, in just 4 years, SenseTime went from being an academic project to become the world's most valuable AI company with a current valuation of 4.5 billion. All these are in US dollars, not in RMB. It's based in China, has a portfolio of 700 clients and partners, including the MIT, Qualcomm, Honda, Alibaba, Weibo, and others. They use their proprietary artificial intelligence and machine vision technology to drive its success and redefine human life as we know it. With the number of core technologies, products, and services SenseTime offers, it's hard to believe it's such a young company, 4 years. And then you will find certain ways how they use AI to power the future. That is the link to go in. That is the Chinese. In fact, the founder is Chinese guy who actually graduated from Hong Kong Chinese University. And the partner he has, Sui Li, now CEO, I believe, comes from mainland. They form a good partner. Anybody from out of China needs some guy who understands the China culture well enough, so can capitalize on the ability to develop the relationship a lot easier. That is another website that I go into to find out the SenseTime from the New Gu Zai Xian. And then talk about this related companies, these are the, I think they're stock code that you can go in and find. Now, if you read only English, pardon me, use the stock number to Google. Hopefully you can find something in English. And haven't done it yet, because the key is to get as much source of information as possible first, and not actually go in to evaluate individual giants. That will be the next stage. And you already learned enough from Dr. T, from mentors like Chao Yi and Kim Lane, to apply their methodology to do the evaluation. Actually, that is not the difficult part, because they are all black and white. The bad news, SenseTime is not listed yet. But somebody say that, but sooner or later, ... So I wait, I monitor. Another one, I get it from the Baidu. You call Beijing Kuangsi. That's MEGVII. Okay? Chinese is Beijing Kuangsi. That's how I get it from Baidu, using a Chinese search. I find out that, then I can go into their own website. English and Chinese pages. Wow. Again, a lot of details to help you to consider going in. So it's not really meant for the presentation here. That would be too heavy and too much detail. The same in Chinese. Summary. Took big steps towards 500 million Hong Kong listing. Can be an H share. That would be good news. They talk about that January 7th, early this year. Chinese facial recognition startup's IPO hit a hurdle after US blacklisting. So what are they going to do? They may need to make some adjustments and delay their IPO. It's a 4 billion Chinese facial recognition company under the US sanction. Okay, so consider all other information. Will they be another Huawei? Can they still stay strong even under the embargo or suppression? And then make your judgment before you take action. So SenseTime and MacVII, fantastic facial recognition platforms. Okay, I think that technology is very advanced, that I believe not even American companies catch up with them commercially. Then there are two smaller companies, E2 Technology and Deep Green. Use that to search and find. Company profile, HIK Vision. You can search HIK Vision and then you will get this. The Chinese webpage. This is, I think it is Yahoo. That was the price, that's the stock ticker. 海康卫视 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 I suppose that's how they try to get similarities to come up with this English name. And look at the share price. Slowly go up and down, but generally it's growing. January 21st, 2020. The share price is in renminbi. Another one, Ein55. What are they? Okay, the state-owned enterprise, China Mobile, is the largest shareholder of this Ein55. And they are in the voice recognition. And they have raised 2.8 billion yen, USD 407 million, via private placement. It's listed in Shenzhen, market cap 25 billion RMB, and the stock ticker, take a look, and either keep for monitoring, go in, or keep as checklist. This is the website in Chinese, and this is a financial report, 2018. See, first time we see the face defined by Chao Yi. Only this page, not even internal yet. Would that be a good sign to begin with? I believe so. The price movement I get from Yahoo, I suppose. I get a maximum number, 2020, and then that is 2010. 2010 to 2020, that's already 10 years. Up and down, but generally up. They survived 10 years. Can be a giant? I believe so. CJR, definitely in the upside. Very likely more than 5%. If you can get the data to do the optimism and check. That is E2, the English page, the website, the Chinese page, nice pages, huh? And Bloomberg made a statement. AI startup E2, 6 IPO in China's new tech board. When was it? Okay. Oh, September the 3rd, 2019. From Bloomberg. AI startup E2 considering to go public on China's new Nasdaq style. That means they're going to Shenzhen. Okay, it's backed by this company and plan the list in Shanghai. Hey, it planned in Shanghai. I thought E2 is a high tech, should be in Shenzhen. Anyway, they plan to do it in Shanghai. Let's go and check it out if they are already listed. It was founded by MIT alumnus, Chinese guy, in 2012. Not very old company. So 8 years. That's why I cannot see anything go beyond earlier. Start in 2010. Valued at 2.37 US dollars. Security solution that leverage face, image, and voice recognition is a combination that can be deployed at airports, bus stations, and residential complexes, mainly for security. Mia, the English version. The Chinese page. What do they do? The expert in digital forensics and cybersecurity in China. Mainly provides solutions and services for law enforcement and government organizations all over the world. Hey, people from the world go and buy from them. It means something. The stock ticker, go and check out and find out more. Forget the rest for now. Too much information. The Chinese, their performance maximum over their maybe their life cycle. This is a short term, January 21st. The price closed at $21. I think it's renminbi. I think that is the site I get from Reuters. You can also find it from Reuters. The company actually is located in Xiamen. Another company, Yixing, the Chinese, all the Chinese. Oh, I don't have a Chinese name, English page for those company. So maybe we can forget it for now. We might have enough for us to keep us busy anyway. That is Dahua. Actually, it took me a long time for me to figure out this is D. I was trying to see what company is this. Then they say keep a Dahua. It's Dahua. Oh, DA. Dahua. What do they do? It's well-leading, video-centric, smart, Internet of Things solution and service provider. What does that really mean? Not too sure yet. Have so many employees, half of them in R&D for IT company, a very good, healthy investment that they are doing, looking into the future. Or DVR. I think it's this digital video recorder. 8-channel embedded DVR in 2002. How we're going to use it, I think it's for security. Right? Devote itself in technological innovation. Increase in your R&D. 10% of the annual sales budget into R&D. They're looking into the future, RFID, robots, professional drones, electronic license plate, video conference systems, machine vision. What does that mean? Go into it to find out. Let's talk code. Have you heard of this company before? Or did you ever take a look at this company before? Maybe, maybe not. If you have not, I'm glad I show it to you now. The price from a different source is a new experience to find data for Asia. We are lucky to have the powerful internet search to help. Yet, we still need to be very careful to confirm that we are getting good data. Remember the list of websites that we can use? Bloomberg, Reuters, Yahoo. A macro view of China. Remember this? Will there be a second rise of China? This is the infrastructure. Again, a lot of focus in here. This one I show is this. The train go all the way up to Urumqi. Urumqi is actually in Xinjiang. The previous one, I don't see this section. They call it infrastructure madness. 基建狂魔. In France, that's the bridge they built. Comparing with the bridge that is already built in China, specifically in, I think it's in Guizhou. Because Guizhou is the most Torrent countries. Then the the bridge has to be as high as 20 stories from the sea level. That's not a simple thing. Huh? Talking about a trip from Shenzhen to Dunhuang, 3,500 kilometers. Now, the cost of shipping in 3 days, 15 renminbi, US $2.20 for a kilo of things from Shenzhen to Dunhuang, only 3 days. The comparison of shipping in the US, the same 1 kilogram, from Boston to Reno in Nevada, about the same distance, 26 US dollars. How many days? I cannot find. Obviously, 3 days is very efficient. This is the one showing the provincial per capita GDP. If you want to go to in details to find out that, that is the website to get. It's from Wikipedia. Just look for the GDP per capita China provincial, and you will get this. The different provinces in China, the GDP per capita and the population. And then some companies, again, this is also GDP per capita and the population. India, 2,000. Gansu only, 4,700. Who is the highest? Well, Xinjiang is very high, but that is 1,000. However, look at Macau, 81,000. Why? Very small population. So GDP per capita, right? And secondly, cash income from the casinos. Hong Kong, 49,000, 7.5 million. South Africa, 6,000. They talk about Shanghai, 22,000. Guangzhou, 22,000. Shenzhen, 29,000. Hong Kong, 49,000. Enough. Let's move on. Look at Shenzhen as an area. The black areas, this is the line between the Hong Kong geographic area and Shenzhen. I think geographically, they're about the same size. But in 1980s, Shenzhen is still a small village. But this is Shenzhen today. Look at it. You may consider this is New York. Nobody will say no. And talk about the 4G coverage in China. China has the largest 4G coverage, and the way they do it, they power the small station, use only photo cell, that they don't need to run electric cable a long way. So it becomes self-sustaining unit and use the satellite data because the power is self-powered, so the antennas can receive and use this for people to communicate. That's why if you are working in a very remote area, it's likely you still have the signal to talk to your grandson. Not easier. There are 3.72 million 4G base stations in China only. It's already 20% more than the rest of the world combined. 6% of the total world land area, 6% total world area, but 20% bigger than the world combined. And the hydropower in China, that means they use water to generate electricity. China is the largest. Second one is Canada, China is already maybe 3 times more. If you cannot grow crops, you grow solar panels. That's what they do to supplement the power supply. And in fact, they are quite an important source of energy supply, new energy supply, plus the wind energy. And in terms of coal, China consumption is moving up to match the world, and China is matching the world, and both the world and China is on the decline. Renewable energy in China, the world's leading countries. By end of 2018, total capacity of this number from hydraulic and wind power. I should get the data from the US so I can have a good comparison. But to me, that seems to be GW, gigawatt. How much is that? I don't know. So with all this information, is there any reason you don't need to invest in China? The bonus material I'm going to share with you, I will send you the file. And you can search inside. Let me see if we can blow it up so you can see better for now. Okay, you can use the company, the industry, etc. to do the searching. And then the company name will come out with the stock exchange and their stock ticker, and the industry they are in, the country they are in. The general block group, they call it, I believe, in emerging market or in, you notice, there's many tabs at the bottom. We are looking at the emerging markets only. They do have a tab for US, a tab for Australia, New Zealand, and Canada, a tab for Europe, a tab for Japan, and then a global sort by industry. So quite a useful information, but that was, I think, about 5 years old, and it was never updated. However, it's a good starting point, and then we hope to find out more to help us. And the super, remember we talked about? Super is in there. Household products, stock ticker from China, emerging market. The simulated MSCI index, I will send you the Excel file. You can also go into, you don't need to get this, it's too long. You can say simulated constituents of the MSCI China index and search, probably you will get it. Not that difficult. And I do have a lot of reference material that I use, some of them, not all of them. Now, reading is like a software update for your brain. That was the reason I put it in. And I think that would be good enough that you need to consider to spend time to do some reading. These are the books that I talk about. It's all in the list. There was an early book when China communists are still a small party hiding in the western part, avoiding the nationalist fight before they took over the company. There's an American journalist called Edgar Snow, who get very close with the Communist Party and wrote a book at the time called The Red Star Over China. But today, things change so significantly, it may not even be worthwhile to read it for the future, but it can be a good source of information for historical understanding. Francis Fukuyama, I can rule it out because what he predicted does not turn out true. So, Francis Fukuyama. And talk about something in Chinese and in English. This is a small book that you can consider because you can read it in 30 minutes and enough macro data that you have a feel what China is like. Now, finally, I have these 2 pages that I added. It is so important that I am going to send these 2 pages separately for those who already purchased the notes. However, you don't need these 2 pages. If you buy the book, everything comes from there. So you have choices. However, I will still send it to people who already have the notes. Psychology of money. Timeless lessons on wealth, greed, and happiness. Financial success is not a hard science. It's a soft skill where how you behave is more important than what you know. The what you know is the system or the science. The how you behave is the art that convert the science into your behavior, that you know how to make the right decision. And this gentleman, Morgan Housel, he said, I call this soft skill the psychology of money. The soft skills are more important than the technological skill of money. I think basically, his supports was trying to show, instead of black and white alone, having full understanding of the gray area is more important. These soft skills are, I have come to realize, greatly underappreciated. Financial is overwhelmingly taught as a math-based field, meaning black and white, system, where you put data in a formula and the formula tells you what to do, and then you just follow. Interesting. Then he said, engineers can determine the cause of a bridge collapse because there are agreements that a certain amount of force is applied to a certain area, that area will break. Meaning that if the force is larger than the designed supporting force of the area, the large amount of the force will certainly break the bridge. And everybody knows, and it will happen. There's no uncertainty about that. But physics isn't controversial. It's guided by the law in the bridge case, in the engineer case. However, remember, that's important. Finance is different. It's guided by people's behavior. I talk about greed and fear. I talk about people and how I behave might make sense to me, but looks crazy to you. Then, why people bury themselves in debt. You don't need to study interest rate. You need to study the history of greed, insecurity, and optimism. Then you will tell better why people get themselves into debt. Greed is a driver. Feeling insecure can be another driver. Miscalculation of the future, like optimism, is also the driver. So instead of looking at numbers, we should look at those gray areas, like the greed, insecurity, and optimism. To get why investors sell out at the bottom, at a bear market, you no need to calculate the expected future value. You need to think about the agony of that person when he has to face how to make sure my family survives. Would that be more important than considering, hey, I should hold, the price will come back later? Would my family survival come before that? So if you're looking at the numbers alone, so the sensible decision ought to be hold it. But taking other considerations, my family survival, psychology, gray areas, will give you a different story. This is something I read and find out very interesting. And this guy come up with 20 case studies to demonstrate what I call the art part is more important than the science part. And I look forward to reading the book. Maybe it can become my PA8. A teacher is never a giver of truth. He is a guide, a pointer to the truth. And each student must find for himself. Don't say, James say so. No. That can be the black and white part. The important part is the gray area, which is an element you must find for yourself. A good teacher is a catalyst, helps you to avoid the wrong path. Don't waste time. Don't fall into the trap and get injured. And move to your destiny safely and quickly. Jesse Livermore. The human side of every person is the greatest enemy of the average investor or speculator. Does it make sense now? I hope you do. If not, I failed. That's it for today. Thank you so much. Dr. T?
Yes, yeah, I'm back here. Thank you so much to James. Yeah, James, I'm here giving some conclusion remark. You probably can see the chat box. So far, no additional new question. You can just look at last few, maybe okay. Because what I did is I add in the PDF. There are 7 optimism file, PDF file which I've added in. All right. Mainly is your case study, okay? So that they can actually, have a reference. Okay, but in general, probably a conclusion remark before later on I invite James again for any.
Hi, Dr. T, can I make a comment?
Yeah, go ahead.
It's on the chat. BIM SG, make a comment. Will you be sharing the Excel file of the simulated constituents in MSCI China Index to all attendees? Dr. T, you make a decision because we said we limit it to the people who buy the shares.
Okay.
However,
Yes.
it appears in several times in my presentation page. I show the name that you can download yourself. In fact, using the description and Google or search inside the MSCI, you will be able to download. I cannot answer, should I share to everyone? Because it's a policy Dr. T has. So I will let him decide.
Okay, so probably we'll compromise in between. In fact, the bonus material, there are a lot, okay? Yeah, so what I'll do is this way. Just now the 7 PDF, which I already share in the chat box, that one I will share to all, but not immediately. I will put in the day 4 of the coaching notes. At the same time, this particular MSCI constituents, okay, I'll save your time as well. This is something you can get it from the public domain, okay? For this file, I also share on the day 4 of the coaching. Let me put that in so that I will not forget. Okay, so let me double check. Okay, but for the rest, let's respect the so-called the requirement, okay? The reason is there are quite a lot of material already shared in this session here. In fact, to be frank, you also can spend 1 year to research for it, and then you can come up with something similar to 400 pages with, you know, a few hundred hours of effort put in. Okay, but at the same time, you know, we make it you know, convenient to you, huh? Not only to summarize, but integrate all together, huh? Okay, so at the same time, PA is not just everything qualitative. Okay, at the same time, there's a quantitative side of it. Yeah, so therefore, so that's why today James split to morning and afternoon session. Morning, mainly more on the you know, psychology part and so on, and then afternoon one, yes, more towards some of your specific interests on the China stock itself. Right, and as James mentioned, in fact, if let's say some of you worry about certain stock, you can simply buy those you know, already listed overseas one. Usually overseas one like ADL stock, you know, they are bigger size in nature. Right, just now I think Desmond also asking what if a company got dual listing, you know, so what should do lah, huh? Yeah, so basically right now Trump fighting with China. So for example, Alibaba and you know, like Jingdong also have a dual listing. So that's why there's a trend right now for those global investor. If I'm not wrong, I think the market also have done that. All right, kind of like selling the ADL and then buy the Hong Kong side, because in terms of share ownership is the same, right? Although the price could be a bit different on that, huh? So I let you decide. If you invest a lot, then you can diversify some to Hong Kong side, just in case, you know, like the more recent case, this Luckin Coffee, right? Right, the Nasdaq one. So if they say the company get delisted, whichever like that, sometimes it's very hard for the existing shareholder to get out of it, yeah. So you make your decision. Okay, so James, you do prefer me to do a summary first, or you want to answer some question first, or any comment you want to make after reading the chat box?
The chat box will be too long.
Yes.
I would
Okay.
it separately, and maybe I make a comment and post it onto your Facebook for the members.
Okay, under the graduate Facebook. Okay.
Would
Yeah.
that be okay?
Yeah, that'll be okay. And also probably James, if you could, can you type your email address one more time? Because just now was in the very top of the chat box. Right now you can type again your email address at the bottom of chat box, so that whoever interested want to ask you some private question, then you know, you can email James separately. But please do not ask for James so-called the bonus material. Is it okay? Yeah. So because we follow the rules, so whoever you already purchased the notes, I will actually send to you. But I have to wait for James. You say James, you mentioned there are additional 2 slides, something like that.
Yes.
Later on, you can email to me, huh?
We'll send you.
Yeah,
Yes,
because I also combine with the just now our 7 PDF. I will also group them together as a so-called updated bonus material. Huh? Okay, probably yeah. Why not this way? I will make a final conclusion
please.
of the whole thing. All right. So today I would say this is like an integrated course, and it's more like a system, right? Which understanding a lot of background, right? Not only on the technical side, you know, whether the share price or the fundamental, but also politically, some of the unique culture, right, in China side. Okay, but we know about greed and fear, but in my opinion, China stock market particularly is one of the best reflection of that. Yeah, so that's why if you look at China, like Shanghai index or even those individual stocks, uh, in general, they are more cyclic in nature. Although we do have some more growth stock like just I mentioned like multi and so on. Huh? Okay, but even you look at the multi case, multi in the 2011 or 12, right? Roughly in that few years. In fact, the earnings kind of like a slowdown. So at that time, if you look at the PEG, right, likely the growth rate is lower. So what happened is they are affected by the political policy at the time. Huh? Yeah. So at the time we have the anti-corruption going on. So you know all this kind of premium liquor, right? Whether Wu Liang Ye or this so-called the Mao-Tai, right? Usually people will give them as a a precious gift, or they may just use it to entertain whoever the important customer, whoever, right? China is very common one. Okay, yeah. So for example, like we have recently just over this Mid Autumn Festival, right? They can put even within the mooncake, right? Mooncake, we know usually is more expensive, but some can even like you know embed some gold inside to the mooncake. Okay, so there are 5 different ways to so-called uh, this is China lah. Especially I think in Western world they're a bit difficult to understand why I need to do all this. You give me, I give you. But this is, I'll say, kind of like the culture, or there's a special, unique, things you probably would not find easily in Singapore. Okay, Singapore there's certain rules. Wow, you want to accept the gift must be what less than certain $100. I cannot remember how much is it. If more than that, somehow you need to declare or you need to put it under so-called uh, national asset, whichever. Huh? Yeah. So, but for China, all right, is still a gray area, huh? Yeah. So, but at the same time, that's why those I would say consumer discretionary, right? Like just now James mentioned, those if economy is doing well, those business usually will go up very fast. Yeah. So same thing with the economy recession, it may be affected. Okay, so at the same time, what can you extend from your learning here this way? Very simple, right? Whether you wait for 1 month later, just now the list of the MSCI component, right? Uh, or you can just Google yourself. I mean, list of all China stock, then you can put them in the auto screener. Auto screener, you can list down every 50 stocks, 6-digit dot SS, 6-digit dot SJ. Okay. Last time I've done something similar is on the A50 component. Okay. If you want to study, I don't know how many stocks in China altogether for everything, assuming a few hundreds of those, you can key in if you don't want to miss them. But I'm not too sure the regulation of buying directly, right, in the China stock, except the A50. So you can check with your respective trading partner for details. Okay, just now Desmond asking like any tax and so on. I don't have much experience, but what I know from one of the stock is there's a withholding tax of 10%. Okay, for this dividend. Okay, capital gains as usual not affected, but again it could be depends on the individual so-called sector, whichever. So double check lah, huh? Any difference? So other than this, you can also like case of James, consider through some kind of China fund. China fund, of course, you can also talk to like Stanley and the team. Right. So just now I think he also mentioned one of the China QQQ kind of China version. Okay, and we also know that recently Hong Kong also come out with some technology based of sector index. The main four components are ATMX, like ATM machine. Alibaba, Tencent, Meituan, and X for Xiaomi lah, huh? Okay, yeah. So you can see the technology component is getting important even within Hang Seng right now. Hang Seng in the longer run, I think will likely outperform like STI. STI is lacking of the component of that so-called strong technology stock. Okay, at the same time, just as James mentioned, beside the consumer products, and then there's this advanced technology. All this you can pay attention because China put in special effort in this area. Consumer basically is simple lah. All right, supported by the population. So that's why those country with a lot of domestic consumer, so naturally they have the advantages on that, huh? And as for the technology, that also depends on the government as a main driver. Yeah, especially if the government support certain area, will be easier to develop. Okay, now we are just talking about domestic only. What if all this technology they can actually export globally? That could be significant. In fact, this is what Trump, hoping, all right, to stop China from growing too fast. Right. For example, we have the Huawei, right, on that so-called the 5G thing. Huh? Yeah. In fact, Huawei is already ahead of others, right? Then, but unfortunately, due to that stopper, right, it will slow down, the pace and so on. But how the US can actually stop it totally, right? Then we can observe lah. Yeah, so that's why in general, for us as investor, we no need to actually stuck in between the politics. We also don't need to decide whether number one USA or number two China may win, right? So very simple lah. You put a bet on both sides lah. So it's like just now someone talk about the arbitrage. Right? So assuming if two elephants only one can win, right? If you bet on two sides, then likely you'll be the final winner lah. If you don't understand, go and ask SoftBank lah. SoftBank is one of the so-called this fund manager good in that. Like last time, this if I remember, I think Grab and Uber, right? That time was still fighting, and then the SoftBank invest in both. Okay, yeah. So, and talking about early stage of investment, so we usually call it that this angel investor. Okay, like angel come to give money, otherwise the company don't have money to grow. Imagine you look at like Facebook 20 years ago. I still remember when was the first time I received email from Facebook. Yeah, I think likely around 20 years ago. At that time, no one know about, not no one, very few people know about Facebook. At the time, even you connect, not much use because go there, your friends is not there. So just ignore the invitation of the email. But now you see, now it's a Facebook ignore you, not you ignore Facebook. Okay, so even Facebook nowadays put down a lot of constraint. Even you want to advertise in Facebook, Facebook now say no to you, right? For example, you thought Trump can advertise a campaign easily. Now with all this political pressure, right? So they even need to actually reject the money. But you can see the earlier phase of Facebook burning money with negative cash flow. Just someone to stock the PDF I key in was like, if I remember, one of the AI stock mentioned by this I think James, that's probably Leon Technology. Okay, so you can see the AI technology, because it's not so mature, still at the starting up phase. So it may not have, it may not able to convert to profit right away. Okay, that could be in the initial stage. This is similar to like Meituan right now. Okay, so usually for the startup company, right, their number one goal is to expand the market share. Let as many people as possible use their product or services. Let them get addicted to that first. Okay, so once they have the market share, I won't say monopoly, but they have a dominant of the market, then they can actually gradually increase the prices. Yeah, same like Facebook right now. Become, you know, number one, you cannot easily find number two right now in this social media here. Right, same thing for the Google, the search engine. Right, between number one and number two, there's a huge difference. So that's why for advertiser, right, they know where to look for. So that's why for those number one player, they can easily dominate the market and command the prices. So this is one of the economic mode, means the ability to determine the market price without afraid of the competition, which in the earlier this BA course by mentor Kin Lim, you have learned about the Porter 5 forces. Okay, looking at the supplier versus this so-called the customer side, and then see how that company can actually have a special unique position in that. Okay, but usually for those kind of company must have special know-how. For example, yesterday night I wrote about the article, right? Kind of like supporting James on this today, the course. So we have this like TSMC, right? A leader in the semicon, right, with a 5 nanometer technology. Okay, at the same time, this so-called multi and all that, their mode is more like their brand itself. Okay, yeah, because in China, the gift, right, the face is more important. So that's why whether to give $100 liquor versus like 1,000 liquor, right? And it makes all difference. It's the brand, the name. Yeah. So now you understand why Apple, right, that mobile phone in the China, right, why it can be so popular, right, especially before that trade war happening. Yeah, because when people see, wow, you have an Apple, then they feel very proud. Okay, even I don't know what's the trend right now. That time even the China, right, consumer will go all the way to Hong Kong or even go overseas, to queue up for the latest iPhone, and then go back proudly to show, oh, this victory, this is, whichever. Right, to them, of course, in our standard or in Dr. T standard, this is a very ridiculous, but unfortunately, what we think is not important. You must know what the latest, I don't know what's the generation right now, X, Y, Z. I don't know what's the latest generation, the name called. Okay, what's after Z generation? You must know the latest generation, because they are the new comer for the consumer. Okay, for example, right now 2020, right? So you see those in the born in the new millennium, right? They'll be the one who start to spend a lot of money. The teenagers, their spending power tremendous. Why? Thank you to this one child policy. Okay, those so-called family. So some family, you see, only have one child. Although China right now open up with a 2 children policy, but even that could not actually change the whole thing, huh? So that remember me of Singapore government many years ago. Last time say, no need to have too many children. Okay, so probably 1 or 2 is enough already, huh? Yeah, don't have too many. Now you want to have a U-turn. You ask a younger couple who want to have more children. Some don't even want to have one. Reason is very simple. To raise up one child, some people, I think last time I read one article before, although some is a bit extreme, I say will raise up one child need $1 million, meaning from the moment born until so-called one day after graduate, whichever, university education, and not to mention whether after graduation will ask money from you or not. That's a so-called extra bonus. So if you add up together, some do a calculation, wow, if not $1 million, at least one child is a few $100,000, right? So, and nowadays, unlike the last time, the old thinking, say when you get old, probably, you know, the child may support, okay? So it's like children become an asset. So we have a saying called 养儿防老, okay? Literally means that you know, raise child as a protection, right? For retirement or when you know, when one day get older. This is actually a value of a Chinese tradition for thousands of years, okay? But right now, with the new trend, right, technically, right, each of our generation, we need to take care of our own financial welfare lah. So it means make sure we have enough money for our own retirement. Yes, probably children can give us this, you know, that kind of show of love and so on, right? You know, this is same as a respect to our parents, you know, and so on. Yeah, but so that's why with the change in the society, that spending trend, and that will have impact on that so-called stock investment. So that's why the more this latest trend right now, you need to know the youngster what they want. Okay, youngster, for example, they spend more money in the gaming, entertainment. Okay, like just now talking about the optical product. I've sent you a few links. You can take a look. So the basically these are three companies. Just now we talk about it. The Hikvision Vision or Hikvision Vision. Right, that one is the downstream of the optical industry, means the final product. Then we got the midstream of the optical product called the lens producer, which is this Lagen, Dali Guang of Taiwan, the largest component supplier, and the Sunny Optical, right, also listed in the Hong Kong. If you ever plot the optimism, right, with CL for this Sunny Optical, you notice, oh, extremely high. CAGR is over 40+%. So that's why a few months ago, I think I assigned as a homework in the coaching class. Okay, yeah. So usually for high growth company, just now you can apply what James has taught you. Right, one way you can apply PEG, meaning to support the high PE with the high growth. Okay, but if high PE with high growth is still high, then I'll say the secondary is to check on the trend of the prices. So it means even the price over speculated, means the earnings goes up, let's say 4 times, and then the price probably go up 10 times. That's possible. Right? If not, you look at the next coaching homework, right? Which you know I've assigned to you. Visa and Mastercard belong to that category. Right? In the last 10 years, the earnings, in fact, goes up around 4 times, but the share price, you know, probably went up 10 times or so. Okay, yeah. So take a look at it. So I call it positive speculation, meaning strong fundamental stock plus the greed equal to positive speculation. And positive speculator stock, whether you want to do long-term growth investing or short-term momentum trading, both are possible. Okay, so it means that you can actually this so-called check the price trend, but at the same time you are doing growth investing, then be careful, do not so-called catch any potential falling knife. Yeah, so it's very important for you to take note. For those high growth company, usually attract unwanted challenges, okay, because business do good. So that's why even a company show 3 years, 4 years goes up, then you need to do more study. So that's why the 8FA plus 1 mini homework may not be sufficient for those cases. So you need to double check the economic mode, the management, the study, even forward looking. All right, what are the so-called the SWOT analysis, strength, weakness, opportunity, and threat. Okay, to know whether that kind of growth is sustainable. Yeah, so that's called more like a PA side of it. And Warren Buffett, especially, he apply a lot of that. So to know the common sense, whether right, how to actually this know the future. Is it okay? So that's why it's very important for us to probably applying a diversification, because there is no this so-called certainty that a stock can forever a giant, huh? So that's why it's very important for us to exercise, some risk management. Even you are so bullish about China, about even you are very confident on whichever happening there. Yeah, just remember, world is not just one country, one sector, or one stock. Okay, yeah, but you don't need to be over diversified. Is okay? So that's why it's for us, right? Just now James has shared about in trading we have a 2% rules, meaning do not let your losses more than 2%. Right? You also can apply that in the investing world, also called the 5% rule. The 5% rule actually is I do a reverse one, meaning if you have 20 stocks, right? Assuming you form your portfolio, assuming one stock just go bankrupt, assuming like you invest in this Luckin Coffee, and Luckin Coffee, you cannot complain because everything is good, but of course, half of it could be fake one. Okay, the company actually is a very good company, but they make it even more excellent. You get what I'm saying? Because to attract investor looking for high growth. Yeah, in fact, Luckin Coffee is a victim of the so-called the shareholder who demand more. Otherwise, it's already good already, but they want to make it even better. And to fulfill that nearly unachievable kind of expectation, so they do some so-called massaging to the so-called the data. Yeah. So for example, this recently you also read a news site. One of this I think the credit card supplier company called the Wirecard. Is it from Germany or whichever? Declare bankruptcy. Okay. Singapore, I think many merchant affected. So simply tell you, I think we're still thinking. I say, I think the so-called so many millions or billions of dollars in the bank, probably that cash may not be there anymore. Oh, how can you as a company, say that kind of things? So it means there could be quite a lot of cover up before that. Okay, until one day they cannot cover up anymore. Okay, because why cannot cover up? Money is real. You need to pay something. Where's the money? So sometimes they can refinance, borrow from A to pay B, then later on borrow from C to pay A, something like that. Okay, so they rotate the money. So in fact, that's also related to last time the scam of the gold, right? So those are so-called gold investor, how come they can get interest rate? Because they take the latest so-called investor money to pay the earlier batch of investor, the so-called to give the interest. Yeah, so that's why the scam usually it works is they have probably 20% truth, right? And using the 20% truth to actually support the confidence, like a case study lah. Oh, you see, wow, I make money from gold already, something like that. Then the 80% followers blindly follow lah. Then wow, yeah lor, you see, all those are lucky investor. Okay, so now it's never too late. Now go in. Yeah, so that's why beside diversification, also control our greed or fear is one thing. Okay, I cannot decide for you how much is considered too much or too low. But I'll say you need to decide for yourself. For example, if you have limited capital and this is all you have, like just now James mentioned, right? He could invest in the money he can afford to so-called even lose 100%, which I do not think you will end up like this. And in fact, I'm very this amazed by his ability to control himself to look at the price only once a year. In fact, I think James is the most ideal this fund clients a fund would want to see, because a fund usually their nightmare is to see clients after buy the next day the price drop. The fund management fee, who knows, is already a few percent, right? So you don't give the chance for it to grow. So remember, right, after you know what to buy, after you take action, assuming your buy, hold, sell, wait, shorting, the action is to buy, you need to wait for it to grow. No time how to grow. It's like you plant a seed. After planting a seed, then you say, hey, how come my this apple tree, the seed cannot grow? Okay, talking about the apple seed, I want to tell a little joke. When I was a kid. So when I was small, I didn't know about the 4 seasons. Okay, so I remember when I eat this apple, wow, so delicious. So I told my parents I want to plant this apple. Okay, so although that was a joke lah, but then that time I didn't know. But even I could do it, assuming I plant a seed. Okay, you need time for it to grow. Yeah, so in fact, many investor, one of their weakness is they want to see short-term results. So nothing wrong. In that case, you have to align long-term to short-term. You see some long-term stock, although the CL is positive, R2 is high, but the mid-term or short-term could be bearish. So that's why it's very important for you to choose the right stock for investing. Like just on multi, long-term up, short-term up, mid-term also up. That's called the triple up stock. But triple up stock, what if next time Xi Jinping say again, or the next successor of Xi Jinping do the same thing? Another move for anti-corruption, or now whoever you anyhow give each other this gift or whichever, then we'll watch you very closely, huh? So that's why all this government policy can have a long-term impact on certain industry. Okay, so that is called the big picture, and the big picture sometimes beyond the market cycle of 10 years or so, and that also depends on that the longer term of national policy. Yeah, so that's why sometimes if you keep up to date to a certain country, their political trend, their stability of political policy, right, that could help. So that's why country usually with a stable this political system is more ideal for investing. But you cannot assume, for example, in China, right, looks like for so many decades has been peaceful, right? And you look at, for example, a case like this Thailand, from time to time, then will change government, right? Then the military will overtake it. And then same thing, look at right now, look at Malaysia side, right? Right now, I'm not surprised, even 2 to a few years, even not yet minimum 5 years, could change government at time. And that could affect the confidence of the global investor. Why I say global? Because investing in stocks is no longer just local. You need big funds. One of the issue of Singapore stock market is the lacking of the big fund globally to support. Yeah, you see Hong Kong, right? You see Nasdaq, New York, those with the global fund, right? Because they are the best place, to get quick and easy access of the fund. And so for fund manager, they do want to invest in the country even as strong as like Singapore, but due to the lack of liquidity, meaning lack of support, right? So fundamental is not everything. The price is the second important word. So these two have to combine together. Ideally, we want to see some speculation. Okay, fundamental plus speculation mean the greed to make money. Okay, you need to have that greed. So right now we can feel the greed in US market. We can also feel the greed in the Hong Kong technology market. But Singapore, unfortunately, we don't see the greed. We usually will agree, wow, Singapore safe, Singapore stable, Singapore all right. At least you invest in longer term, you're not, likely will not lose money. Okay, like overnight, something may disappear. We have a tight regulation with MAS watching very closely and so on. Yeah, but at the same time, right, you cannot expect high growth because when you control too tight, it's also an issue, right? Why? Because it means that the speculation cannot come in easily. Huh? Okay, I think now is about the time, and I want to thank you all for your attention. And so probably I uh, uh, let James to make some any final concluding remark. Then before I know we say goodbye to you, James.
Well, the only thing I can say is thank you for all for their patience. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And probably of you, I forgot to mention. Yeah, can you just probably type some thank you remark to James in the chat box. So even you can type some question if you want to. You know, but I think for question maybe best you can email to James. You have his email address. Then for just a few of you who actually get the notes, I will send the notes to you within 1 hour from now. Just check your email spam folder. And then for the video, what I'll do is I try to record from here. If okay, within 1-2 days, I'll send together with bonus material. After probably James, just a reminder, later on you can email the additional 2 pages to me. Huh? Okay lah. All right. Thank you. All right. So have a good day to everyone. All right. James, thank you so much for the great effort. And I'll discuss with you again on the PA8. Huh? Take your time. All right. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Everybody.
Okay. Goodbye, everyone. So James, later on you can save the copy of your video after
Yes,
it ends. Huh? My side should be okay. All right.